Hello, hello, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome back. Holy crap. Just one weekend and everything goes to shit. Well, not everything goes to shit, but a war that most of us forgot about is back on, as we can see. But we have a lot of other stuff that's happened since then as well. But first off, how is everyone doing today? Just getting some stuff in order in the meantime. Okay, so first off, I want to ask you all, if you start hearing really bad reverb or like fans and shit, please let me know, because I'm trying to work out the placement of where I can put fans to keep this room cool, considering it's summer and I don't have an air conditioner in here and I'm currently dying from the heat. I'm trying to manage to get one working, but I do feel, no, I can hear that. God damn it. The fan sounds do not make me sound good. They mess with all of the sound. I can't have the ceiling fan on, so let me know if you do hear it once I do actually put them on, because it's going to be, let me see, very hot today. In the 90s. Love that. 90 degrees in a room with no air conditioning and LED lights pointed at me, so might have to do that. And I would very much like to be able to move them to places where they don't actually interfere with the sounds. All right, so we're going to start off with some good news today because, you know, we're going to be talking about war and stuff, so it's pretty depressing. Let's start off with the fact that we might... Sorry, got cables everywhere. I had to change my whole setup today. In December, global warming, you know I live in Australia, Lennon. It is the opposite season here. We are literally in the middle of summer. December, like Christmas here, tends to be, I think my first Christmas was, what's 96, I think? Hold on. What's 42 Celsius in Fahrenheit? 107. That was my first Christmas here, was 107 degrees. So do with that what you will. But speaking of global warming and hot weather, you know, usually during hot water, you want to get yourself some water. You don't want to be dehydrated. And water is kind of hard to find as we originally thought in the universe. Maybe, just maybe, it's not as hard to find as we thought. So, new research shows that there might be 5,000-mile deep oceans of water, liquid water, on Neptune and Uranus, which we'll listen to them explain it in a second, but the discovery of this could be massive. Neptune and Uranus are two gas giants. Gas giants are some of the most abundant bodies, celestial bodies in the universe, and if these two in our solar system have liquid water, H2O, on them, water might be significantly more abundant in the universe than we thought. And yes, of course, you have to laugh at Uranus or Uranus and all of this. We're children here. It's hard to say without thinking of it, you know?
Couldn't get any more fast.
That's very loud.
Fascinating. A brand new study suggests that oceans of water may be hiding within planets Uranus and Neptune. I want to bring in Adam Frank, professor of astrophysics at the University of Rochester and author of the Little Book of Aliens. It's great to see you again, Adam. So I'm dying to know what you think of this study.
Yeah, this is really interesting because, you know, Uranus and Neptune are the farthest planets in our solar system. We only visited them once, so we don't know much about them. And when we did go by, when we sent probes in the 80s, we found that they behaved, especially their magnetic fields, were really odd. So it told us we didn't understand what was going on inside.
Now, because of the length of time it's been since we've last sent probes this far, that's why we didn't know. The first time we took photos of the planet, the first time we tried to find out, you know, what's under the surface of these, there was a lot of electromagnetic radiation in the way, and it's much clearer this time around. It's almost distinct that this is water, as we'll see in a second.
And these new results show us that everything we thought about the interiors was probably wrong, rather than like a big ball of slush.
You are correct, Lennon. And also, a lot of these planets might harbor life. Again, if these two gas giants have water that could, be used to create life. Life comes from obviously water on Earth. We don't know that there needs to be water for life to exist elsewhere in the world, or sorry, rather in the universe. We know that carbon-based life forms may not be the only ones. They could be silicon-based. However, knowing that water is how all life on Earth at least managed to evolve and grow and continues to survive, knowing that this is a thing that's possibly significantly more abundant than we thought, means there could be life on underwater oceans all over the universe.
There's actually probably a liquid ocean.
Sorry,
down there,
oceans,
quite
rather.
deep, 3,000 miles deep, and then below that, another thick layer of kind of it's carbon and nitrogen and hydrogen, kind of almost like plastic. It's almost like a polymer. So completely different kind of planet than we thought it might have been. And this is really important for all the other planets that we found in the universe, all these new exoplanets, because many of those are going to be what we call sub-Neptunes, slightly smaller than Neptune and Uranus, and they may have life.
So no space.
Shit, Tyler, I hope they'll be okay. It does seem like things are about to pop off there. We'll get into it, but at the very least for now, it seems today looks like we might not get too much instability coming out of this. But Syria, I mean, it's been a mess since 2011, and it's a mess now, so.
Craft, as you just said, has conducted a flyby of Uranus or Neptune for about 40 years. So do you think that this new information could make further exploration of those planets more compelling and therefore more likely?
Yeah, I think already there's plans on the board to do visits again to these planets. Because what's amazing about our solar system is that we've got Earth, which has one Earth mass, and then we've got Uranus and Neptune, which are like 17 or 14 Earth masses, and there's nothing in between. So we have no planets in between. But the most common kind of planet in the universe, the ones that we're finding around orbiting lots of stars, is exactly in that in between. We call them super Earths and sub-Neptunes. And these are the planets, since they're so common, that might have life. And so what we need to do is we need to...
Oh, you're a pro-Assadist. Well, then you're not going to like my coverage of this. I do not like Assad. The rebels at this point are looking pretty moderate, but, a lot of them are also fucking insane. But we'll get there when we get there. Just hold off on Syria for a little bit, all right? We gotta get into the mood. We gotta work up to it. Syria is not a fun subject, and we can't just rush into it. Technically, there's alien life microbes went into space and have evolved into new species like nothing. Well, yeah, technically there are microbes in space. There's also where is it? Was that tiny little creature that could survive in a vacuum that also exists on Earth? It was like a very small organism. Basically like immortal organism. Actually, apparently there's quite a few animals that are considered biologically immortal. No fucking way. It looks like a worm is the one that I'm thinking of, but biological immortality. So according to Animal Aging and Longevity Database, the list of animals with negligible aging along with estimated longevity in the wild includes these. Well, let's see. Hopefully one of these is the one I was thinking of. Not that one. Not that one. Ooh. Turtles again. Not that one. Not that one. Nah, none of these are what I was thinking of. Attempts to name Uranus differently sound funnier than the original phrasing. I switch back and forth Uranus and Uranus, Oxpecker. It's just not for any particular reason. It just comes out of my mouth differently every time. Because of the fact that people say it differently to avoid, the "oh, Uranus" joke. It's like entered my vocabulary in both ways. I don't care which way is the right way anymore, I guess. Phrasing, exactly. Phrasing. Now, it's just, I don't know, the idea of these planets being essentially everywhere and having water on them means we could not only see life all over the universe that we didn't know. I mean, we have the Euclid telescope up there that we could get a very clear picture of the night sky within 6 years. We might be able to see, I don't know, a planet that has city lights on it at night like Earth does, maybe. I mean, not that I think that we will, also because even just the 1% of the night sky photo that it took was just thousands and thousands and thousands of gigabytes. So someone has to look through all of this. But in the grand scheme of things, knowing that water could be very abundant in the universe for us in the future if we, actually manage to make it off this rock, but also for life that could be already existing, growing, life that has maybe evolved. It's pretty cool. I don't know. Space is interesting. What's more interesting though is actually not more interesting, but also interesting, is how funny it is that there are spy organizations doing ads right now. Apparently the MI6 ran an ad because there's not enough people interested in international espionage, which is an interesting topic.
To become a spy, if you're under the age of 30, chances are probably not. Security agencies across the world, like the MI5 here in London, are struggling to recruit young secret agents. So why doesn't Generation Z want to be the next James Bond? Well, according to former agents like Harry Ferguson, better known as the English spy on TikTok.
Comrade, if we find alien life in our solar system, of course we're going to genocide it.
National security just isn't a priority for young people. They believe there are bigger threats we should be fighting, like climate change.
I think young people today still want to serve, but they see it in other ways. There's climate change, there's human rights, there are political issues that they want to give their time to. But this very
if you want to serve your country and if you want to serve the world, joining an international espionage agency for your government is not the way to do it. There is much more you can do. If there's drinkable water on that planet, it'd be so pure. Well, I suppose that nothing would have messed with it, but pure is a word that implies that we could just drink it. There could be like microorganisms in there that we have never come in contact with. It literally just drinking a cup of water from Uranus, from Uranus or Uranus rather, could just give you like diseases that kill you instantly. I mean, drinking water from an anus will give you diseases that kill you instantly. Why not Uranus?
Moment, if you look at what's happening in Gaza and in Lebanon, a lot of young people are saying, why would I want to contribute to that?
In the UK, the MI5 has recently released a rare social media recruitment campaign trying to be more relatable to young people to convince them to join. And in Australia, the National Security...
It's so funny that as a spy agency, like not only... First of all, it's funny that spy agencies have social media accounts. But like that, I understand. But the fact that a spy agency is making an ad to try and get young people, I mean... We can study it and make, drink beer and enjoy capitalism and liberty. Well, I mean, that's a risk, We've talked about dark forest theory before on the channel, about like why we may not have seen alien life so far, and if they found us, what they might do, or what, we might do towards it. I think that is still a real risk. I think finding an alien civilization, even a primitive one, around you in the universe is a dangerous thing. But that goes into sociology, which you can't really go into because it doesn't exist. We have no field of study of alien psychology and sociology or anything like that. This is all hypothetical. But based on human behavior, I still think the dark forest theory is pretty close to the correct answer. If there are aliens, they're hiding, because if you find one, it's better for your civilization to just annihilate the other one. Not to say morally, but functionally, utilitarianly, seems to be where I feel like most of these civilizations would land, unfortunately.
Young people to convince them to join.
Well, not to say that I think it's the answer, mate. Like, I'm not saying that's what we should do. I'm saying that's what I think most alien societies that have like the ability to do interstellar travel would choose to do. Because as we've discussed, there is a limited amount of matter and space in the universe. If you're an interstellar like species that exists to not only spread, but to colonize planets and to take the resources from them, it is it's risky. Because again, like think about it this way, right? If there is an alien civilization 200 light years away from you, and you find them, they are primitive. They are not worth your time. They are not worth, like, they could never challenge you, right? Well, they're 200 light years away. So theoretically, you're looking at them 200 years ago. How much have they evolved since then to now? It's difficult to tell. And therefore, well, maybe it's just easier to nuke the planet right away because there's life on that planet. That planet could evolve to threaten you. This is how it's been framed as one of the theories of why we haven't discovered life. Another one being we're too early in the timeline of the universe for life to be abundant, because up until very recently, we lived in a universe that wasn't exactly stable and supported like stable planets that would bring about life. We used to be a part of the Alien Federation. They banished us to space. That's from like South Park, isn't it? There's also the possibility, yeah, well, that's what I mean, Oxpecker. Go over there and have a chit chat. What's the hurt? Well, I mean, it takes 200 years to get there. And on the 200 years that it'll take you to get there, I mean, assuming that you can go at light speed, you can't go faster, but the time traveling is time where you are not technologically advancing and they are. Therefore, by the time, let's say you go there to conquer, not to genocide, but to like, I don't know, maybe you are the Alien Federation, and maybe you're going to try and bring these people in. You're going to do diplomacy and negotiate. You send a couple ships. By the time they get there, this civilization is stronger than you because you've had 200 years of stagnation. It's not that this is the right thing to do. It's just a real possibility of how organisms might behave in a intergalactic, like on an intergalactic scale. This is true, sentient Jew slave. However, like, again, this is not the only answer. I mean, we have the idea that we're one of the first species to have developed because, again, we're early on in the life of the universe. Or there are just plenty of species and they can cooperate and they exist all over the universe. We can't know until we find one. We can only base the possibilities of how organisms will behave based off of how we behave as communal and as organisms that have introspection, critical thinking skills as a species. And I don't know, it could be really bad, it could be really good. It's hard to tell. We didn't significantly progress, then. Exactly. I don't know. That's us. Every species is different. If we were as humans on a different planet with different circumstances, we may have taken less time to progress to where we are now instead of more time. It's all about context. And I don't know. I personally am terrified of when we come in contact with an alien civilization. I don't see that going well. But it could theoretically go well. NASA have solar sails that can go about 20% up the speed of light. They have the idea for that. We haven't built those yet. Not quite like that. The problem with discussing anything about aliens is that we don't know how life formed here. Well, we do know how life formed here. Sentient Jew slave. We can pretty distinctly go down the line of how we formed on like Earth as life in general. From the very first like microbes to humans, we have the general like pathway. We know how we developed. I hope that if we do meet an alien species, we can engage with them, in a good way. But based on how we engage with each other, I'm not particularly hopeful on the fact, which is how I know that these like UFO hearings from like the US government are fake. Because if we had actual contact with aliens, we'd be going to war with aliens today. Trump would be out there talking about how we have illegal aliens coming into the US and we have illegal aliens coming in here from space. Deport the illegal aliens. That's what we'd be talking about. Now, again, how fucked is it? Like, maybe we do need more spies. Maybe we need spies specifically to, like, listen in on aliens. Am I an alien? Well, you'll never know. You can't tell. According to the US, we have aliens that look like humans.
People to convince them to join. And in Australia, the National Security Conference heard in April that the country isn't producing enough people with the skills needed in geopolitics. If this trend keeps up, it could have a big impact. Experts say our security agencies should reflect the population, especially because the next generation are going to be the ones impacted by the decisions made. And they say often people...
You would support the Republicans to deport the space aliens?
People who think they could never be a spy make the best secret agents.
I'd rather not deport any of them. If we have aliens living on Earth... Sorry, I'm chewing a throat lozenge because I'm a bit sick. If we had aliens here on Earth living peacefully and we didn't know about it and we find out, I don't want to deport them. They're here. They're fine. I don't care. Like if they're like Skrulls from Marvel and they suddenly all turn green. Cool. That's fine. I mean, we'd freak out. We would lose our minds as a species. We'd freak out. I'd be fine. I'm more worried about things like this. Aliens are much less a threat to you than corporate greed. So this is 7 Uber drivers that were put in a room. Do you think we'd try and bang them? Of course we would try and bang them, Tyler. People talk about, like, I mean, first of all, you can find people on the internet that will essentially go for anything, literally anything, from a tree to like an alien to everything in between. But I mean, just go on like Twitter, Tumblr, Reddit. There's plenty of people that want to bang an alien. Personally, for me, it depends on what the alien looks like. If they're like, you know, buggy and shit, no, go get away from me. If they're like fish, also, ooh, get away from me. I want a mammalian aliens. This is true, sentient Jew slave. All right, but seriously, a threat bigger to you than that of aliens is Uber and Lyft. So this is from 2 months ago, More Perfect Union. This is 7 Uber drivers in a room together. It's kind of fucked. If the world was being colonized by aliens like Christopher Columbus, I would put, well, okay, yeah, if we're being literally like colonized, then yeah, I'll work with whatever human I need to protect humanity. Doesn't mean I trust them. Like, yeah, if it's working with Nazis for the like literal line of every one of us is gonna die by the aliens if we don't kill them, then fine, I'll work with them. I'll still kill them after, if, you know, we're in this war situation. Not to say you should be, you know, doing violence, but again, I have to say that. But after the fact, fuck them still. They're still Nazis. Mass Effect Rule 34 is a big market. This is very true. Anyway, off the aliens. There's no aliens, but there's water. That was the point of that. There is water everywhere, and water is good for you.
Uber win? Well, because it's rigged in their favor, right?
In 2023, a law professor published a paper with shocking implications. Her research found that tech firms like Uber and Lyft were using secret algorithms to dictate what drivers earn, based on factors we can't even see. She called
this, yes, is algorithmic wage discrimination. Now, why am I bringing this up right now? This happened 2 months ago. This isn't anything, you know, particularly new. I'm bringing this up as our country moves further to the right and the Republicans eventually take office, they're going to be making a lot of changes to corporate regulation, to labor laws. They're going to be cutting union rights. And so a lot of us that work jobs that require an app. Uber is one, Lyft is another. You know, if you're a food delivery type, we already know that these apps are like not only are exploitative, but often near like borderline abusive to their workers, right? A lot more people are going to have to switch from full-time employment, from part-time employment to shift work, to contract work such as this, well, rather not private contract work, which is going to create a system. There's going to be more apps like this coming out that'll be directed towards more smaller things. You know, this is delivery apps. Delivery apps are one thing. This is going to rise, by the way, this algorithmic wage discrimination is probably going to mix into the greater logistics system for drivers of like UPS, FedEx. Those like industries are probably going to pick up some of this algorithmic wage discrimination type behavior. Whereas this is already seen all over social media. This is very clear. If you go on Twitter, there is absolute wage discrimination. Obviously, people who on Twitter, influencers, don't earn a wage. They earn money from like ad revenue and whatnot. But there is a distinction in right-wingers get more traffic, left-wingers get less traffic, and that is wage discrimination. We'll see this more in more and more industries. More and more industries are going to have you working based on algorithmic time. Rather than having a full-time 9-to-5 job, you'll have shift work, which will be applied to you based off of whatever it is these people decide. And to understand how this functions now, the risks that are involved with something like not only just this practice existing in this industry, but the risks of it spreading with the current and incoming administration, rather.
Called it algorithmic wage discrimination. And this technology, or revolution, isn't restricted to rideshare companies.
Once that technology is in there, they can raise prices. On a hot summer day, you know, I want a lot of ice cream, I want lemonade. They're running low, they can raise the price.
The price of milk, even your paycheck, the very fabric of our economy, all control.
Supermarkets also do this, by the way. You know, on a smaller scale, it's much more noticeable, and we call it price gouging. Just putting out there that research suggests shift work kicks 10 years off of your life. I believe that entirely. Look, not to say that like aliens don't exist or not. We've never seen any, but I don't believe in God, so I feel like, well, no, this isn't price gouging being new. This is price gouging being put into every industry that it's not already a part of on a scale that's now affecting your wages. It's not just the prices you pay that are being gouged. Your wages are now also being changed based on circumstances of the material world. Price gouging at a supermarket would be, we have an excess of something, let's sell it for more. We have a lack of something, let's sell it for more. People need this thing, let's sell it for more. Now it's going to be, you are supposed to, you know, work at this time. You need a job more than this other person, so we're going to pay you less. It is obviously, Tyler, but this is now wage gouging and on top of price gouging. Do you understand like the difference?
By invisible and unaccountable algorithms. So about a year ago, I started reaching out to the companies. They largely denied it, only to contradict themselves a few months later. Then I reached out to the academics, and one of the frustrating things was that the evidence seemed to be in the shadows. A single study, a hint in an earnings call, a story from a driver. It was mostly theoretical. Until a few months ago, when I got an email from a guy. I had published a video that argued Uber's newfound profitability came at the expense of drivers and riders. He said, we were at the tip of the iceberg. So I called him. We talked. 3 weeks later, I was on a flight to Los Angeles, looking to settle the question once and for all. Are rideshare companies offering drivers different rates for the same work? What I found put the legality of this whole tech revolution in question.
Remember, these rideshare companies don't just do rideshare, they also do food delivery, which is like Uber Eats food delivery, but they also do supermarket food delivery, things like Postmates. This is also, in effect, that goes all into the logistical side of it, whereas all of these drivers, like I've worked logistics, I've been a delivery driver that does not emergency but urgent deliveries. You get paid based off of mileage, you get paid based off of like tolls that you have to cross, you get paid for some of the fuel cost, but you don't get assigned the job based off an algorithm, based off of like I would get a call based off where I was or based off what was needed. Now companies, especially larger industries will assign work based off of not only who needs it more, but who they can charge the least. Why do they hide it? Just say, okay, guys, here's 10% less pay, and if you don't double your productivity, we'll have it, because it's not necessarily just about productivity. Performance has always dictated wages, but this isn't just about performance. This is about just discrimination.
They have broken every single
on a scale that we don't even really understand why. Just watch the video.
Federal law when it comes to labor, when it comes to transportation.
That's Sergio Avedian. He sent me the email. He's an experienced driver and a senior contributor at the Rideshare Guy, an influential resource for gig economy workers.
We were used to
gig economy. I needed that word.
Rate card. We were used to getting paid by time and distance.
Then, overnight, the transparency vanished, replaced by a secret algorithm that takes into account potentially hundreds of different variables. They called it upfront pricing. Uber's losses turned to profits around that same time. Coincidence? I don't know. Lyft followed suit, and now they claim they're on the path to profitability.
The algorithms are set up in a way to charge the rider as much as is possible and to pay the driver as little as possible.
And that's the issue that I have here. It's not about your performance. It's made in a way. Productivity is at the highest it's ever been. Exactly. Productivity is a factor of technological advancement, which has continued to happen. Productivity without the technological advancement, it doesn't necessarily go up or down all that much outside of when the material conditions of the laborers change. We've covered this in like over Thanksgiving when we understood labor. However, like it's here that you see my point. It's not about productivity. It's about profit. They charge you, the rider, as much as possible, and they take as much money from the worker as much as possible.
Drivers
or yes, making workers work more for less, and also just making them work more.
Lyft are paying different
more
wages
than they need
for the same rides.
More than they should.
But we don't really know because the companies, they aren't talking.
Uber drivers work like 70 hours a week.
People point A to dropping off point B. I shouldn't make less money than the next guy. I should not. But because it's not regulated, because we don't have rate cards, because we don't know what we're going to make.
Like taxis didn't function like this. Taxis functioned on distance and time.
Trip to trip, it's demoralizing, it's upsetting.
So with Sergio's help, we decided to test it. We called 7 experienced drivers to a high traffic area in Los Angeles with the sole purpose of testing if rideshare companies are paying different rates for the same rides. At the start, each driver will activate their screen capture software, open up the app, and place their phones on the table. Why the table? Sergio has done similar experiments, and the rate disparities were blamed on location differences. When the experiments are done, the drivers will send their screen recording to Sergio's team, who will then sync and analyze the fares. And then we're going to see what's really going on.
So just so you understand, this is controlling for essentially in the end, they show you what Uber has said could impact these things. They're controlling for literally every possible factor that they can, minus a secret test that the company is running on algorithmic stuff that, you know, they wouldn't tell you anyway.
He's getting paid $1 more if he goes there, according to the map, and nobody else is. Nobody else is seeing that dollar surge.
We found that Uber offered the same rides 46 times to multiple drivers. 63% of the time, one of the drivers was offered a bit less money for the exact same ride.
They want to make few pennies difference, and few pennies on 2.7 billion trips a quarter, which is from the last earnings report, is millions, hundreds of millions of dollars.
So like, let's take, for instance, let's say you're an Uber driver, right? And you have been busy this morning. You had 2 drops since you started. It's been like an hour. The third one, they'll probably pay you less because you're going to feel a bit okay about like, oh, well, I've made some money. Then I'll take the lesser payment. 63% is people that have been paid less. Sorry, it's the fare discrepancy. What do you mean 63% isn't that much? It's more than half of the drivers have gotten messed up pricing, got paid, offered less money than other drivers have for the same ride. What do you mean it's not that much? It's more than half. And good to see you again, Batgaz. But you see my point? The way that they do this is unknown. We don't know how the algorithm works, but I can guarantee you, if you as the driver just did 2 drops and you made like a decent amount of money for your time that you normally spend. The next drop that they're going to assign you, they're going to pay you less for it. Wherever it's like, if it's your first shift of the day, then you'll get a bit more. It makes you want to go do it. They like to fuck around behind the scenes to make as much money as possible, because they only take a couple cents off the each ride, $1 here and there, but that adds up.
Ride.
They want to make few pennies difference, and few pennies on 2.7 billion.
We absolutely should be abolishing the gig economy. Why do you think taxi drivers rioted everywhere in the world when Uber became a thing?
Millions of dollars.
Lyft was even worse. The price gap wasn't just a little off, it was a lot off. We saw differences of up to $3 to $4 after bonuses. And
$3 to $4 difference between the same ride at the same location for two different drivers. Yeah, well, that's the thing. People can't stop working for Uber or Lyft. They need jobs. They need money. These people are often getting paid less than minimum wage, and they still work for Uber and Lyft.
Know why one person gets a bonus and another doesn't?
Well, that adds up, like on 30 trips at $10 a day. That's $300 a month. Why should I get paid less, $300 a month, than the other guy?
I contacted Uber and Lyft to see how they would calculate fares. Lyft, well, they never responded. Uber directed me to a blog post. When I explained the experiment's results, they replied by copying and pasting a portion of that same blog post. The section outlines different reasons drivers could see different fares, but we controlled for everything that we could. We called the drivers to the same space, placed their phones inches apart, had drivers monitoring incoming promotions, and constantly refreshing their screen. The only thing we didn't account for was any secret test Uber could have been running at the time, which we couldn't because the fare algorithm is secret and the test is secret. There's a whole lot of questions here, like mainly, is this legal?
No.
There's no laws against algorithmic wage discrimination.
Yes, but it shouldn't be.
That article I mentioned at the start suggests that opaque algorithms can easily facilitate violations of anti-discrimination laws. Uber denies this, but their own research reveals a glaring disparity. Women drivers earn 7% less than men, potentially due to algorithmic wage setting.
Surprise, surprise.
But there's an argument that the entire business model is illegal.
From our perspective, Uber's and Lyft's business model is based on control without responsibility.
That's David Seligman. He's the executive director of Towards Justice, a legal nonprofit that defends workers from corporate overreach. In 2022, the organization helped lead a lawsuit on behalf of 3 rideshare drivers.
Well, unions are good, which is why it's not trade unions, not even necessarily like labor unions are the biggest thing that we need. That's the thing. That will never happen though, especially considering Trump's about to crush any existing union in the States. Yeah, you got to be on some real shit to get fired from Uber. That's not true. You can get fired from Uber for just getting 2, maybe 1-star reviews. The reviews that you get as a driver, even as like an Uber Eats delivery driver, have a huge impact on A, how many rides you get, B, whether you get fired or not. Uber will fire you if you don't have, if you're not at the very least at like a 3-star rating, at least when, I was in the States, you'd be out. If you were a 4 or 5-star rated Uber and you get a low rating, then you don't get the next gig. They bring you lower down on the algorithm and offer you less often because you have lower ratings. The amount of impact that even just 1 5-star rating does after a ride is huge when you're an Uber or Lyft driver. By the way, which is why you should, no matter what, give a 5-star rating to your drivers. I don't care if you're Uber Eatsing food and it comes frozen. Yeah, nope. You need to always give them a 5-star review. DoorDash doesn't give a damn. I don't know about that. I'll look it up, but Uber definitely does. They take a percentage of the tips too. That's why it's better to just tip them in cash. Giving a delivery driver a 1-star review is unethical in general. I cannot think of an instance, a scenario at all where I'd be okay. They would have to deliver my food, punch me in the face, spit on me and call me a whore, and I'd still give them a 2-star review at the very least. 1-star review is basically, I want you to get fired. I want you to lose your job is what you're saying when you do that. At least for, you know, an Uber driver.
Then you are powerful firms that are abusing your power under state antitrust, competition law, and unfair and deceptive acts and practices laws.
David is describing the cognitive dissonance rideshare operators have when classifying drivers. They want to have it both ways. Uber and Lyft classify drivers as independent contractors, not employers.
Oh, also, by the way, Oxpecker, if you have a customer rating below 4.2, your DoorDasher like account gets deactivated. You're no longer allowed to DoorDash after a 4.2 rating. Oh, of course, you're just gonna, yeah, there you go. Minimum requirement. All of these people will get fired if you give them a 1-star rating. Yeah, your fries are cold, 1 star, you just made someone lose their job. They're gonna die on the street of hunger now, Tyler. You've just condemned somebody to homelessness for that 1-star review. Like, that's genuinely, like, I'm obviously being hyperbolic here, but you should behave as if that's the case.
A crucial distinction. As an employee, you're making money for someone else, which means benefits, protections, and a boss who can tell you what time to show up.
If they deliver your food an hour late and it's cold, why is it the delivery driver's problem? Because most of the time your food comes late and it's cold, it's because A, the app has given them several jobs to line up because they don't just directly deliver you food. They used to 10 years ago. Now they have 2 other deliveries to make. Oh, and a lot of them are on bikes depending on where you live. Oh, and it also depends on traffic, as well as how quickly the restaurant made your food versus how quickly the Dasher, the delivery driver, managed to go pick it up. If your food comes cold, it's not the driver's fault. They brought it to you as literally as fast as they could. If you have a problem with your food being delivered cold, then go get it yourself in your car or go reheat it in the microwave. It's not the driver's fault that it's not coming to you as you expected it to be. There is a process of how it moves from point A to point B. And I mean, good, Oxpecker. Not to mention Macca's fries can already just be cold when you get them straight away. Yeah, that's also true. It doesn't really happen to me all that often. Even like if I order fries, they're usually fine. I just like, if your food comes in cold and it's the wrong food. Let's say you order a pizza and you get a burger, I still wouldn't give them 1-star review. You're condemning somebody. And yes, it's true, Oxpecker. I've also, like, I know how this industry works. It's not ever the driver's fault. It's almost never the driver's fault. If it ever actually is the driver's fault, the driver tends to apologize to you and be like, yeah, look, sorry, it was my fault. What's the reason I use a service? Well, yes, but don't blame the driver for the company lying to you. It's the company lying to you. And also, you can pay extra money for it to get delivered straight to you rather than having other stops. You just have to pay the extra $3, $4. And yeah, don't use those apps anyway. Like, ordering food like that is not, it's not economically viable. It's not good for you. You should learn how to cook. And I don't know, it's very antisocial. Condemning someone to finding a new, better job that may not exist, Tyler. Again, like, you assume that it's just like easy to get a job. It's not. It's really not. Why do you think millions of people do this and often get paid under minimum wage?
But as an independent contractor, you're supposedly making money for yourself with no benefits or protections, but freedom. You're your own boss.
If these drivers are, as you say, independent, then they need to have true economic independence. We allege that the companies have denied them that economic independence, most importantly, by taking away their ability to set prices for themselves.
But right now, Uber and Lyft set prices for riders and wages.
Sometimes the destination on the map isn't even the right place. Sometimes the app tells you that you're going across the street from where you're actually meant to make the drop. And then you spend 15, 20 minutes trying to find the place because you called the person who made the order and they didn't answer the phone. And so now you're looking for the right address until the person who made the order calls you back because their food is 20 minutes late. And you're across the street. You're like, well, I'm sorry, the app pointed me here. And then you lose your job because this person gives you a 1-star review. Saw a video of a guy applying to 200 jobs and getting denied. It's really hard to find a job. This is true. Yeah, these are hardworking people who are usually immigrants, by the way. And no, it's not easy to find a job, Tyler. What's your job? What do you do for work, for example? What's your industry, Tyler? And the deprofessionalization sure is a problem with this. The profit is coming from dodging minimum wage and working laws. Economic independence is a euphemism for, yeah, literally exactly true, Nepfox. That is the point here. And this is not only an issue in this industry, but this is going to spread to other industries. The algorithmic wage discrimination that's being presented here by Uber and Lyft is going to be a major issue as the economy becomes more gig economy centered throughout the next Trump administration. I got kicked back jobs a couple years ago due to being overqualified. I've also been denied a job for being overqualified. That shit's infuriating. Like, it makes no sense to me. And yes, they should be paid significantly more than they're paid now anyway. And they're not going to be because they depend on you paying them more for it anyway. You should be tipping every Uber Eats driver. You realistically should not even be ordering DoorDash if you can't afford a 20% tip. Now, do I do that every time? No, because I'm not perfect, but that is still the correct answer. That is a thing that I do that is unethical, although I try not to. I always try and tip the drivers, just maybe not 20% sometimes. Realistically, though, this is a service for rich people.
For drivers to maximize one thing, their own profits. Drivers are left out.
Uber and Lyft are saying we're not one company, right? We're just a platform, and all of our drivers are independent business people.
A lot of companies do that, Lennon.
They need to have the economic independence to set their own prices.
We heard something similar.
Like, I got rejected from a job for being overqualified, and then they offered me a different job that I was more qualified for, but would require me to do significantly more work for less pay. So, you know.
To set their own prices.
We heard something similar at our roundtable discussion after the experiment. Every participant wanted to be an independent contractor. They like the freedom. They also want Uber and Lyft to treat them like actual independent contractors.
When I don't have a control over pricing and you keep calling me an independent contractor, there's something very wrong with that picture.
This is
and
true.
For drivers dependent on the rideshare platforms to make
that line right there is one of the most important lines of this video. These people are considered independent contractors for not only tax purposes, but legally. But they have no control over the work environment or their pay. To be fair, I spent 20 years in residential care for adults with physical and mental difficulties. How many times did my boss ever come to me and said, good job, here's a tip in your wage packet? Well, I mean, that's a capitalist society. It's kind of the issue. You should be, I don't necessarily think you need to be rewarded for doing a good job. I just don't think you need to be punished for no reason. That's kind of the issue. I don't necessarily think you need to be rewarded for doing a good job. I think you should just do a good job because you want to do the job. But these people are punished and discriminated against for not even doing their job poorly, for oftentimes doing their job to the best of their ability. As like we just saw a couple of you, if my food gets here cold, I'm giving them a 1 star. That is them being punished for something outside of their control and doing their job to the best of their ability. Yeah, it is because they think we're going to move on quickly and not stick around for that job, and then they're going to need to advertise and train a whole new person, is a factor in why you don't get off. Like, that is true, Scars, but I also think what Lennon said is that it often could just be a soft rejection of, we didn't like your vibe. That's also a possibility. And yeah, rich people, college students living with their parents, disabled people who have money. That's the people who really should be like using these services. That's not who is though. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm not saying you shouldn't, or like you can't use these services. It's just these drivers get the downside of the general public using these services, not quite understanding how they function, when the services are built for essentially rich people who would function charitably, hypothetically. Obviously, this is not how any business works in practice, but
pricing, and you keep calling me an independent contractor, there's something very wrong with that picture.
True,
and for drivers dependent on the rideshare platforms to make a living, it's hard when you're making under minimum wage.
Especially for people that do this full time. In California, they're working 70 to 80 hours just to put food on the table, which is really, really
70, 80, 90, according to Lennon, for less than minimum wage. This is an illegal business practice. Is it going to be fixed? No, but you need to understand how they're doing this, because you're going to see it in your job too. If you don't have a full-time, like, salary-based shift job that is a stable, consistent schedule, they will probably try and move over to algorithmic, like, assigning of shift work, which will do this. They will use this algorithmic wage discrimination on you. I don't know if they like have figured out exactly how to apply it to every industry yet, but believe me, they will, and they want to. That's kind of the whole function of a corporation, is make as much money as possible, which means pay you as little as possible and charge the person using the service as much as possible.
And you look at who's on the board of both of these companies, it tells you that we have nobody on our side, right? When the general counsel of Uber is Tony West and he's the brother-in-law of Kamala Harris, then it tells you that these companies are tight with government. Why does Uber win? Well,
we also have a limit on how long you're allowed to work, Batgaz, but that doesn't apply to private contractors, technically. Like, it technically does, but there is no, there's no systems in place to limit how many hours a week you can work if you are a private contractor. Like, Uber in the UK also has this problem, I promise you. Your laws about, like, the amount of full-time work you're allowed to do will not apply to this because it's built outside the system. They can't get paid to sit and wait for jobs, though. Not even taxis get that. That's not what we're talking about. And also, taxis were a better system, Tyler. Taxis, you got paid for distance and time, and it was a stable and consistent amount. You knew how much you could make. A taxi driver in 1990 could sit at JFK Airport in New York City and say, all right, if I take a trip to Jersey, it will make me this much. If I take a trip to the Bronx, it will make me this much. Now you don't know, because it changes based on, as Fox says, the AI overlord controlling the people working. It is an entirely different system. No one's saying you should get paid for I mean, to be fair, I think you should just get paid for existing, because I believe in a universal, like, minimum wage. Universal just existing wage. The government should just pay you every month for nothing. But that's a whole other story. In this case, this is a system that has been shifted away from worker power, worker control of, at the very least, the means in which they work, to an entirely, like, invisible system behind the scenes that not only dictates how you work, but how much money you make in a non-transparent way.
Because it's rigged in their favor, right?
Again, like, this would not have changed. Kamala Harris's brother is on the board of Uber. They're everywhere like this. There is a reason when Uber became a thing, taxi drivers all over the world were pretty fucking mad about it. There were literal riots in some countries. Well, also, that is an issue, Tyler the Flower. I think it's kind of fucked up that Twitch takes half ad revenue and half of the money that you guys send me when you take a sub. I think that's messed up. But that, at the very least, is something that I know. I can see the numbers there. I know how much money they're taking. That is, I know that I'm getting significantly below the minimum wage, considering I don't make money. But this system is not the same as what we're talking about. It's also pretty bad. And I do think that, online content creators, at the very least, should be paid. Like, if you're a Twitch partner, Twitch should pay you a wage on top of everything else they pay you. But that's a whole different thing. And that's a whole different industry with different laws and different regulations and different ways to regulate. In this case, in gig economy, because streaming does not count as gig economy. Streaming is content creation. In gig economy work, this is a huge problem. At least we find something on which we agree. I am opening a can of beer to that. I agree with the universal minimum payment for everybody. Yeah, there's no reason that it shouldn't happen, Batcaz, except rich people don't pay taxes. And obviously, like, the government works for the rich rather than us. That's the only reason we don't have this. We could afford that. We could afford free healthcare. We can afford free college. We know all of this.
Government. Why does Uber win? Well, because it's rigged in their favor, right?
There's a reality where drivers could be actual independent contractors, set their own rates on these platforms, and compete for your business. But that's not our world. Yet. Instead, the companies are spending hundreds of millions of dollars rewriting state labor law to reinforce the idea that drivers aren't employees, while using the fine print to handle private challenges.
That's been absolutely essential to Uber's and Lyft's business model. So while they've tried to race to write laws to their benefit, they've also tried to protect themselves from public litigation.
That's what I mean when I say it, Art. Your taxes being used to fund things for you in the end kind of evens out. I'm significantly okay with everyone getting more, like, a higher tax bill, but then everyone benefiting from that when the government just gives you money later. It's, yes, your money goes into this, but you're gonna get more out of it than you're paying in. Like, I get some money. I mean, I've made enough that I could withdraw money from Twitch, but I've only made like $100 since I started this channel. I'm not big enough, not anywhere near. But even if I was, I mean, Twitch does kind of fuck you anyway. They take half your money. It's not about just how much you're being paid. Again, how much you're being paid does matter for every industry, but it's about how it's decided what you're paid and the transparency in the system of employment. Again, these people are not independent contractors, but they're treated as such. It is about the regulation of how labor is defined, regulated, and employed in an industry is where I'm really stuck on right now. It's not necessarily about the wages in the end. It's about the systems that produce these wages. Now, of course, the wages in the end are very important, and we haven't talked about this before in that your wages all should go up. In this case, why your wages are not only not going up, but going down is explainable. I do have Patreon. If you want to go sub on Patreon, but Patreon also takes money from you too. If you want to, like, donate directly and not have any like Twitch or anything take the money from it, there is a link in the YouTube video description. Here, I'll post it in here. Not to say that, you know, I'm not trying to ask, but if you wanted to donate and not have anyone take any of the money, you can do it through Streamlabs. There you go. Again, though, this is not the issue. This is a issue. It's a huge issue, but it's not the issue that I'm talking about. I just want a world without Christmas. Why? I like Christmas. 12 months ago, you would have been offered like 1K USD per month to run X amount of ads. Well, I mean, I've been offered like plenty of money to run ads for phone games. I get sponsorship offers all the time. I just don't want to take them. I don't want sponsorship money. I don't want to tie myself to a corporation. I don't want to sign a contract with anybody saying, you know, I'm not going to be the one sitting here doing a Raid Shadow Legends ad. Not unless, like, I'm going to, you know, die of starvation if I don't do one. And probably still, even then, not a Raid Shadow Legends ad. I think there's a distinction between free and public, public and free. There is a distinction between free and public, yes, but not a big one, you know? It's not enough to matter on the words that we're using here. You understand what I mean with free and public. And also, like, the reckless liberal spending bullshit is bullshit. Trump is the one that raises, like, every time the debt ceiling goes up and up and up and up under Republicans. Democrats don't spend as much as Republicans do. I hate, like, all phone games, by the way. I think that they are, like the gotcha games, they are terrible for gambling addiction. They are just addictive. They're built to be a literal online gaming, like, little casino for children. What if they offered you $1 million to do a pro Trump ad? I would tell them to fuck off. It's that simple. I don't want their money for my soul. I want to be able to continue to do this, but I would like to have my soul. Taylor, she would have a MAGA hat and wallpaper so fast? Nah, not even close. If I wanted to grift to the right, why would I have started a leftist channel in like the time span of 4 months before election season? If my goal here was to make money, I would have made a right-wing channel. What if I don't care. They could have 10 million in cash in front of me. It's not worth my soul. If I wanted money and I didn't have the ethical, like, if we get, no. Also, I hear like Marvel Strike Force is even like better than that, but also still terrible for you. Don't play phone games, guys. If you want to play video games, buy a console or play one on PC. They're just bad for you. Yeah, like if I wanted money, you'd have seen a why I left the left video by now. I mean, I want money, just not that much. Hell yeah, Art, good for you. I've also started exercising with resistance bands lately. Gotta get in shape, get your health in a good position before RFK turns all of healthcare into just give you some heroin and you're fine. Still haven't played Deadlock. You guys want some good news? Aren't you destined to give in to greed by default of human nature? I don't believe that human nature is greed. I don't believe in the idea that humans are innately good or bad at all. I don't think that greed is innate. I think that it's a product of the factors and the material conditions in which you live. I think in a vacuum, if you just took a baby and it grew up away from every other human and every other thing, I don't necessarily think it would innately be greedy. I disagree with that entirely. That's an essentialist take, Tyler, and you have no evidence to back it. I don't believe that any organism is essentially good or evil or greedy. These are developed foundations of ideology based off of how you engage with the world around you, what you are taught when you were a kid, what you see, the material conditions in which you exist, how much wealth you have. All of these things are a huge, huge, huge indication that could change, like this. Sorry, 1 second. I mean, Bajay, if you're gonna do that, go for it. Otherwise, no, I'm not gonna add you on Discord. Not right now. I'll have to seek some evidence based on the platform that you're messaging on. I don't really have the most trust for you there. I'll see some channels with like 5 why left uploads over the span of 10 months. It's pretty bad. Racism has been shown in babies in scientific studies. Cite me the study, and it depends on, again, a lot of factors. You'd have to show me the study for me to make a comment on that. I've never seen it. I don't believe that that's true, but I don't think human beings are innately anything when they're born. I don't think at all like that. Can you summarize new Syria thing in 1 minute? No, I cannot do it in 1 minute. It's very complicated. I bet if oxygen was the commodity in question, you'd default to greed. What the fuck are you talking? Oxygen as a commodity sounds very, very dystopian. But no, I don't think I would default to greed. If oxygen became a commodity, do you think that would not radicalize me further into the left? I would be like, if they made oxygen a commodity, that's the day you see why I left socialism and became a Marxist-Leninist. At that point now, it's time for the revolution, like it or not. Here, I'll have a look at that study after stream, Art. Thank you for linking it. It's too long for me to like read into right now and make a comment on. Well, I mean, yes, that would happen as a product of space travel, sentient Jew slave, but in our current like society right now, no, fuck that. It's not about development. It's about development, not genetics. It's nature versus nurture. They both have a huge factor. Nurture tends to have a larger factor than nature because you can be genetically predisposed to certain behaviors, thought processes, mental health issues, but because of the development and because of nurture, you don't end up exhibiting these. We have 4 years of Dems that, well, obviously the Dems are shit too, Nep Fox. I hate the Dems. I scream at the Dems all the fucking time. Fuck the Dems. But there's a real distinction between the Dems and the Republicans. There's just also a very big distinction between my personal beliefs and that of the Dems. I'm just saying, if it was a commodity and was essential to life, I don't think commodities should exist. You understand that, right, Tyler? I disagree with the idea of commodities as a concept. Genetic predisposition disposes to form tribal groups according to my calculations. Well, that's your calculations. Group formation is not based on genetic predisposition. It's based off of social factors. Anyway, off that topic for a second, because I feel like that will come up when we get into Syria. I just want to okay, well then prove it. I don't care. It's social factors that leads to tribal groups. It's social factors that leads to us behaving the way that we do and working together. It's okay, well then prove it to me. Anyway, if you want to argue, I need you to cite me some, like, evidence. I don't need a 2-minute video of a toddler being racist when I have no evidence of how this toddler grew up and what happened prior to this 2-minute video, Art. Because you made a claim in counter to mine, Chameleon Eyes. Therefore, it's on you to prove it, because I'm the streamer and you made a claim that says I'm wrong. So prove it. Anyway, we're moving off this to some good news. So remember the tariffs, guys? Well, apparently we have some conflicting information. So Donald Trump and Claudia Sheinbaum had a phone call, after which Donald Trump went on to say that the tariffs on Mexico, the 25% tariffs, may not even be needed, that Mexico has said, we'll do whatever you say, we'll close our borders, that Mexico is conceded to every demand that Trump has made. Following this, however, the president of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, has said, no, we didn't say anything of the sort, not closing the border, none of this is happening, which is incredibly funny. Now, again, whether these tariffs do end up happening or not happening is yet to be seen, but a lot of the former, like the last Trump administration did involve them saying they were going to do a thing and then not doing it and then saying that they did it. So there is a decent chance that some of this stuff might continue on that track in which the tariffs are going to happen, they don't happen, but then they say they happen, and then, oop, America is great again. It is a little bit of hope that I have, that, I don't know, maybe they'll just lie about the difficult things instead of doing them. You're not representing a consensus, because your ideology, Chameleon Eyes, is not the common one that I hear. The idea of it is proven in, like, science that people do socializing because of genetic predisposition is ridiculous. It's social condition. It's the fact that we as a species survive in groups. So we learn that these are the best ways to continue forming a culture, a society. This is the best possible outcome of success. This is the optimal method of not dying in the middle of the night or finding food. And therefore we continue to do it, not because our brain is telling us, oh, we have to be social because of biology. And that's untrue entirely. Again, you've yet to cite me fucking anything about this. You cited no information, whereas we know for thousands of years that people work in groups because that's how people survive. That's how humanity became the dominant species on the planet, is by social order, by grouping together, by working as a collective, not individually. This, although can appear in genetics because of the obvious, like, generations of us doing this, but it's not based in the genetics. That's not where it comes from. There is factors that do show up in our genome, but it's not because of that we act this way. It's the opposite. It's the other way around. The evolution of humans over time changes the genome based off of what we have done, the actions that we have taken that have been successful, the people that have managed to... Oh, okay, good. Fuck off then. I'm dumb, right? Fuck you. No, literally nothing. The systems that you engage in that lead to you having children and passing on your genes is how fucking like evolution works. And if you function socially and you continue on the social group pattern, it's not because your genes are telling you to, it's because it's working. And when it continues to work and you continue to do it, then systems develop in your body that understand of, oh, okay, in your brain, this part of it lights up when you're socializing because socializing is good for you and it's worked in the past. Therefore, you develop changes over time, small genetic mutations that further incentivize the grouping and social order of humanity because it is what's worked. It's not your evolution doesn't come from your genes. Your evolution is impacting your genes. Does this make sense to you guys? Like, am I like, I'm not being insane here, right? Going down the tariffs route with Mexico and Canada. Well, so to be fair, Backaz, this right here is so far just about Mexico. Well, I haven't heard anything about Canada, so they might still do Canada. They might still do Mexico, by the way. We'll see. That's the thing. One of the reasons I haven't been covering like Trump-related news is because it's all kind of up in the air, and there's a very little chance of making a prediction that's going to be correct in this instance because of how often they go back and forth and all of the infighting that's happening in the Republican Party. As we've seen like a lot of news coming out of different factions fighting each other. Can't wait for Trump to have a Palpatine moment, declare the death of the Republic. I'd wait for Vance for that one. Hey, Popshevsky. If my genes are talking to me, they must be smoking something good. That is true. It's a product of human modernization, not natural predisposition. As in, like, well, I'm confused by your question there, Tyler. The product of socialization is neither a product of predisposition nor human modernization. It's a product of natural selection. Groups of people lived longer and died less, were more successful in gaining food. And because of this, we continued to implement systems as a group. And over time, because we continued to live in groups, but because we continued to function in groups, we evolved like actual physical, biological changes in our brain that made it not only more incentivized to do the group structures, but also more rewarding. I don't think we're predisposed, like our predispositions lead to our actions. I think they could, but I don't think that necessarily, like, I don't think your genetics define what you're going to be. You can have a predisposition to schizophrenia and not develop it. It's not nature, it's nurture. It's your development and the material conditions you exist in that matter significantly more for your belief systems, your ideology, your thought processes, and your ability to engage with others much more than your genetics. I don't think your genetics has like all that much to do with it at all. Now, obviously things like ADHD are heritable. Like 90% of people with ADHD have family members with ADHD. This does impact social groups based on a genetic difference. This is a factor, right? This is true. However, this is not caused by us becoming a social organism, and this is not a cause of us becoming an antisocial organism. The changes in our biology are not necessarily the reasons why we change and act the way we do as a species. Again, I don't believe that humans are fundamentally innately greedy. I don't think that that's a possible thing. They get rewarded for group cooperation, and the moment they reward is there, then you get stuff like mutinies. No, again, what I think you're basing this on, Tyler, is your understanding of humanity now, based on your understanding. However, you grew up in material conditions that do not lead you to fundamentally cooperative systems, an anarchist style cooperation. There doesn't need to be systems in place holding you accountable type of cooperation. This is entirely possible and has existed and does exist However, it's not the world that we live in the West. It's not the world that we grew up in. It's hard to conceptualize this. And yes, honestly, Anthony, ADHD is probably better for me than not having it. If genetics decide your life, then I'll be dead in the next 11 years. All my bloodline family have died of heart attacks. But again, you could die at 65 from a heart attack, or you could live to 80 because, I don't know, you ate better and you exercised more. It is all about the conditions of the world and how you engage with them, as well as the people around you. It's found that children who have cats in their home have a higher percentage of having mental disorders due to parasites and cat poop. That's a physical difference that comes from a literal parasite, though. Again, this is not an innate thing that you're born with. I don't think people are born with a social ideology or a social view. I don't think people are born greedy. I don't think people are born with empathy. I think people are born people, and they learn from the people around them. Anyway, yes, so this is a good thing that this may not be happening. Thanks for the sub, Anthony. Really, really appreciate it. But speaking on tariffs, this might not be happening.
Donald Trump is threatening to impose tariffs.
But this might be. Now, however, again, we don't know how likely this is to happen because he's already kind of backing out of the China tariff, sorry, not the China, the Mexico tariffs. I imagine he'll back out of the Canada ones too.
Tariffs on so-called BRICS nations. What's he actually said there?
Yeah, over the weekend, he said that those nations would face 100% tariffs if they pushed ahead with plans that have been floated, that perhaps those nations should become less reliant in global trade on the US dollar. Now, those nations include very strong trading partners with the US. It's Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. And Donald Trump...
Will they do this? I don't know. Maybe we're getting the least shitty version of the shitty timeline. Don't count yourself so lucky yet. Aren't a lot of the things that we see that might look beneficial, A, they could just be lying about, but B, there's a lot of ways to make something sound good and then fuck you behind the scenes. And when we have billionaires in charge of the government, I wouldn't trust them to do literally anything good. So I also don't think that these people are competent. We'll have to see. It's not really worth making predictions.
Saying he wants a commitment from the BRICS nations that they have no intention of launching their own currency or of becoming less reliant on the US dollar. So certainly pushing ahead with these strong statements.
Tyler, could you go to the one where Al Gore won in 2000 and let me know how that turned out? I'm really curious.
On his intention to impose tariffs. Of course, he said last week he wanted to impose 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada. And as far as Donald Trump's concerned, those statements...
Nepfox, what are you talking about? There's wars happening all over the planet. There's like several genocides going on right now as well. And also the Syrian civil war was 2011 where it kicked off, and also is continuing like now, it just kicked back off. Well, yeah, I do not disagree with that. We are currently living in the most peaceful, like, period of Earth's existence based off of, like, historical accounts of war, but doesn't mean that there's no major war in a quiet time. That was a statement I was disagreeing with. There's several major wars. We're going to have a look at a couple of them in a second, actually.
Are producing results. We saw, for example...
Conservatives always make GDP line go burr in the short term and then in the long term.
The leader of Canada...
Nepfox, that is true, but there are several genocides happening right now, so making them, I don't know, seem less important is kind of wrong morally.
Justin Trudeau traveled to Florida for a meeting with Donald Trump at his Mar-a-Lago residence following that proclamation. We don't know exactly what happened there, but Donald Trump said that the meeting was very productive.
Right. Okay. So that is the situation with tariffs. We'll see how that goes. Okay. It went terrible. Released 100 more documentaries. Everyone jumped into a volcano to appease the sun gods. Based. Putin is short. All right. Now, we're going to move on to some international news. Have a look at Georgia and then Syria. I'll be right back, though. I do have to use the toilet really quickly. All right. I'm gonna open a gay bar in Moscow. Tyler, probably not the best idea. They might just straight up arrest you. Yeah, the UK is gearing up for war with Russia alongside the EU. I know, we've talked about it. I still don't think it's World War III, but we'll see what happens. I'm not making a prediction on that. Also, Syria could really change everything right now. But first, Georgia. They're still protesting. Now, these protests started a little while back after a bill passed through their government that essentially allows Russia to own the country, much more than the bits of land that it occupies in Georgia, which it invaded prior to invading Ukraine. They have essentially infiltrated the Georgian government and are attempting to move the country further towards a pro-Russia stance. This is how the people in Georgia feel about it, however.
Now, where crowds have clashed with police for a third consecutive night in the capital, Tbilisi. They accuse the ruling Georgia Dream Party of pulling the country into Russia's orbit. Earlier, Georgia's Prime Minister Irakli Kobakhidze said the state would not allow a revolution to take place. The wave of unrest was sparked when the government froze talks to join the European Union.
Nepfox, not right now. The UK is not disarmed right now, although they are arming again. They weren't as strong as they used to be, but they're currently arming up. But so is the rest of Europe, which might want to break away from Georgia. We don't. Well, look, we know Georgia, right? We know which areas are under Georgian control, and we know that the claims that Georgia makes are the same claims that it makes for Ukraine, as in these people want to be Russia. This is not true.
Police fire tear gas and use water cannons to disperse pro-European protests outside the parliament in Tbilisi.
The EU would still fuck up Russia.
Thousands of protesters across the country rallied for a third night in a row, demanding that the government resume talks with the EU.
Hard disagree, Fox.
The thing is that for many days now already, hundreds of thousands of people are coming out to protest, self-organized, sacrificing themselves, their health and life, for one reason. These people want to see themselves and Georgia.
By the way, this is how you stand up for your democracy.
In the EU.
I'm protesting Russia, first of all. Russia is trying to occupy whole Georgia, and they're trying to occupy us by getting the government they want in Georgia and taking us in without any power. They want to slave us. They want that. So we want peace, but we want freedom.
This is, by the way, like the same thing in Ukraine. The only difference here is that they went more militarily in Ukraine, and in Georgia, they're trying to do it through the government.
Able to fight for
Not to
our
say
freedom.
that they didn't also invade Georgia militarily back, more than a decade ago.
The pro-Western Georgian president Zurabishvili calls the government illegitimate and is backing the protests.
We'll accomplish this together. Together, we'll represent the future we are on the verge of reaching through new elections.
They're funded by the pro-Russians because they want independence, and that goes against the general sentiment of the country who wants to join the EU.
A new Georgia.
It's controlled opposition, Art.
That will reclaim its European path, its independence, and most importantly, its free path to development. A path we will not surrender to anyone.
Prime Minister Irakli Kobakhidze said in response to the protests that the state will not allow a revolution to take place.
Well, screw you, because it looks like it's exactly what's happening. This is so awesome to see these people out here like defending their democracy. I don't believe that their like movement is made up. I think that they believe what they believe, Art. I just think that they're controlled opposition. Self-determination is based. However, when you're fighting between being swallowed by Russia and trying to gain independence by going to Europe, having the third front of, no, we want independence, is like voting for Jill Stein between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. If the CIA wanted to take out Russia, we would have done it a decade ago. This woman is so based, like getting just hit in the face with a water cannon. Thanks for the shower, you know? You guys want to see something awesome? Like literally the most insane thing that I've ever seen? Here's a guy who made a machine gun cannon to fire at the police that just shoots fireworks. That's true patriotism right there. Fuck that, you're not taking my country. We're gonna fight you with colors. Fuck you, don't say that. What do you mean hippies? Just because they're at a protest makes them a hippie, Tyler? Really? What about this person? Are they a hippie? That's insane, by the way. Like, it's genuinely wild. How do you even do something like this? I want one. Not even for any... I just want one of these. Right. So yeah, that's how you defend your democracy, guys. Not whatever. Yeah, we'll not allow a revolution to take place. The fucking Russian like dictator's puppet says.
On the streets make clear on where they see their country in the future.
We're joined now by DW's Maria Katamadze, who's been following the protests in Tbilisi. Maria, good to see you. It's the morning after another very intense night of demonstrations.
I think people are free to align themselves with assholes so long as that's what they really want. I don't think that that's a good way to think about things. I don't think you should be free to align with the asshole if they're objectively the asshole. I think the asshole shouldn't have power. And I think if these people want freedom, then they're going to want freedom from the Russians too. And if the Russians take over, they don't have the chance to do independence later. You understand my meaning now? That yes, they want independence. Sure. However, doing this now as a way to split support between the pro-EU and the pro-Russia side leads to a spoiler candidate. Literally, it just means there are more people that can be used as an example of, well, look, it's not the European side are the bad guys. They're the revolutionaries. They're the enemy. The pro-Russian side is working nicely and cooperating with these other people that disagree with them. It's controlled opposition. I know you don't support Russia. I'm trying to explain that the way that they frame this leads to Russia benefiting from this conversation around the independence of the how do you say that? Abkhazia and South Ossetia. They can have their independence. That's fine. But fighting for it right now instead of fighting against Russia is not working towards that goal, because Russia would also prevent their independence. That's why I mean, right now, this conversation doesn't matter. Abkhazia, thank you. It's not in good faith. They likely would have wanted Abkhazia Abkhazia, would want their independence regardless. But they're not going to get it this way. This is controlled opposition against the pro-EU protesters. That's just, it's the same way the Green Party, Jill Stein, is controlled opposition to the Democrats. They say, oh, look, we're anti-genocide. Will they do anything? No, they wouldn't have done anything. It's Abkhaz Inya. Thank you. Whatever. I got close enough. Okay, we're gonna have a lot of difficult to pronounce words to go through today because obviously this does not end with this. We got a lot of different events going on. Russia is too broken to far stretch right now. They couldn't prevent a flock of pigeons. Well, who knows? Because they just upped their defense spending up to about 34% of their GDP, which is a lot. So they're clearly trying to rearm now.
Fighting only against Bidzina Ivanishvili, oligarch. No, we're fighting against Russian hybrid war here. They're investing and spending enormous amount of money. They are spreading disinformation. So help us. Not fighting.
Children, please stop fighting. Both of you. Both the Lord Fluffy as well as the chief commander of Kazakhstan's armed forces. We don't need you two fighting. They won't get it regardless. Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. They won't get it regardless, and they aren't working towards that anyway. Also, I'm pretty sure the Catalonian independence is actually not a good thing either. I think the Catalonian independence comes from right-wingers and rich people that want independence because they don't want their money to go to poor people. So I think that one I'm against. I need to look into a bit about that. But yeah, Russia is never truly broke anyway, because their entire economy is based on war and resource extraction. None of it necessarily is going to be something that runs out for them anytime soon. You know, Nepfox is correct. I haven't agreed with everything, you know, that you've said, but I don't agree with everything most people say. Also, one last thing before we jump to Syria. Interesting news coming out of Ukraine. President Zelensky has said that he would be open to agreeing with a truce with Russia taking the land that they've gained from Ukraine, as long as Ukraine gets to join NATO. And I think that this is a decent, I think this is a good idea. Now, I don't necessarily I don't think like Russia deserves to get any of their land gains, but if this not only puts an end to the war and Ukraine gets to join NATO as a result of this, I'm in favor. Just because Ukraine joining NATO makes things a whole lot more stable in the future, whereas the idea that Donald Trump has of freeze the battle lines where they are, demilitarized zone, and Ukraine doesn't get to join NATO will only result in Russia just doing this again in a couple years after they've rebuilt up their military forces. So obviously this is not going to get agreed to because this involves Ukraine joining NATO, but I do think it's a nice little counter.
Begin this hour with breaking news. Volodymyr Zelensky has suggested that he's prepared to give up some parts of Ukraine to Russia for the time being, so long as there is a ceasefire
and true,
and
Popshevsky.
the country is given NATO membership. The Ukrainian president was speaking to our chief correspondent, Stuart Ramsey, in his first interview with the UK media since Donald Trump's election win. Mr. Trump has vowed to end the war in Ukraine and boasted that he could do so within 24 hours of coming to power. Well, in a moment, we'll speak live to Stuart.
Within 24 hours, he made the suggestion, but no, he didn't end the war. The suggestion, as I laid out, would only result in Russia re-invading Ukraine in a couple years. Do they get to keep bits of Russia like Kursk under this? I don't think so. Maybe. That'd be cool. That would be really funny. But I don't think... I imagine they would withdraw from Kursk and just the battle lines would stop exactly where they are. Those would become Russia. They would annex that territory, including Crimea. But then Ukraine is NATO after that, which makes it much less likely for a secondary invasion to follow in a couple years.
Ramsey in Kyiv, as well as getting international reaction. But first, let's hear what President Zelensky had to say.
Well, one alternative, perhaps, again, this is reported from the United States, and it's fairly simple, really, is that Ukraine joins NATO, but Russia takes control and keeps the land that it has to date. Would that be...
They're centrist and not at the furthest, like, right and all that, but it's not about their ideology. It's Catalan independence, I believe, comes from the fact that it's rich people that are pretty angry that their tax money goes to the poorer parts of Spain. Vosh did a video on it a little while ago. I'm remembering off that. It's not a topic that I'm particularly educated on, so take what I said there with a grain of salt. You might be right about it. We could do like a research subject on the topic, but not today, because again, we have a lot to research about the Syrian civil war, because this is a very, very complicated, topic that I am not fully like 100% educated on itself. We're going to be reading a lot of Wikipedia articles. And yes, Ukraine is absolutely worthy of joining NATO. Rich people don't deserve independence specifically so their taxes don't go to poor people. No, they don't.
Possibility.
And yes, that would mean that, Tyler, which would be pretty unfortunate.
No one has offered us to be in NATO with just one part or another part of Ukraine. That's for once. The fact is that it is a solution to stop the hot stage of the war, because we can just give the NATO membership to the part of Ukraine that is under our control. Yes, it could
I guess
be
fucked means something else in Ukrainian.
Possible, but no one offered. But the invitation must be given to Ukraine within its internationally recognized border. You can't give invitation to just one part of a country. Why? Because thus you would recognize that Ukraine is only that territory of Ukraine, and the other one is...
I see. Now, like, again, this is not going to get agreed to. In fact, I feel like this kind of just is a bit of a troll type of idea being put out there. However, it's probably the best offer that we're going to get in terms of ending the war in a way that incentivizes peace going forward rather than just a pause on the war. But they're not going to agree to this.
Is Russia. So legally, by law, we have no right to recognize the occupied territory as territory of Russia. And here, we must not make any mistake. But if we want to stop the hot stage of the war, we should take under NATO umbrella the territory of Ukraine that we have under our control. That's what we need to do fast. And then Ukraine can get back the other part of its territory diplomatically.
Okay, so to answer your question, Tyler, this absolutely would not involve Ukraine getting any piece of Kursk. And the idea of them trying to get their land back diplomatically after that would not happen. But personally, I think that there should be legit referendums in all territories Russia claims international observers and heavy anti-election interference measures. Well, there should be referendums, sure, but how are we going to be sure that those referendums are actually free and fair when Russia regularly interferes with elections and referendums all over the world? Isn't this exactly what happened in Georgia? Was it a referendum or was it a vote in the parliament that led to these protests? I think it was actually a vote in their parliament, but yes, it's not just about that, but absolutely you can't have free and fair referendums that answer a question of, okay, well, do we like Russia or not, when Russia is the one that's going to every country in the world and fucking with their elections right now. Donald Trump walking into the summit like, do you fuck with the war? And yes, it is Ukraine's land. That's the thing. You need international observers, except we don't trust them. Art, we don't trust observers that are like in our own country. Why would we trust other countries? I mean, like, we should, not to say that that's a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. It's just we're too dumb to do that. We've been too dumb to do that. We had multiple news articles just coming out of like Russia's doing bomb threats into polling places. We didn't care. They've been doing this for years. And also, like, most of the world functions on a not free and fair election system anyway. America's used to be the freest and fairest elections. At least, you know, not entirely, but one of, in the top 5 at the very least. We're nowhere near there now. And the top 5 is like tiny little countries with very little like significance. There's significant Russian minorities in Donbass and Crimea, yeah, except they're not the ones that, like, they don't want independence bad enough that they would start a war over it, as Russia claimed. You believe in self-determination, however, you're basing these ideas off of things that Russia has said. And yes, I do remember the referendum in Ukraine. That's kind of what led to some protests that led to the claims of, literally, this is parroting Russian propaganda talking points. I'm sorry, Art, but that's exactly what that is. This is straight up Russian propaganda talking points. Yes, I'm sure there's a couple people that have a cultural distinction that is closer to Russia in that area, except if they wanted to go to Russia, they would go to Russia. They don't need, like, they did not in mass try and make this happen. They did not vote in mass to become part of Russia. They did not start a revolution to break away from Ukraine. These are all claims that Russia has made. But none of these have been factually, like, evidentiated. Saying there's I'm saying there's minorities in Russia that probably do feel ethnically and culturally closer to Russia. Not saying that that doesn't, like, that factor cannot exist. What I'm saying is that saying that these Russian minorities want to become part of Russia and you believe in self-determination is a Russian talking point, because that's how they get people to question the war. There is not anywhere near enough of those people to make any sort of a difference. Like, not anywhere near enough. They have enough self-determination that if they really didn't want to be Ukrainian, they could go to Russia, but they didn't. But they also didn't want to leave Ukraine. That's also fair. Yeah, except the referendum happened, Art. They did a referendum, and Russia interfered with it. Anyway, look. Ukraine is not, like, a subject that we really even need to argue on, because what's going to happen there is going to be decided in the next couple. We don't know what's going to happen there yet. But whether it should go a certain way or not, Russia should lose. Russia should not gain any land. Russia should be punished by the international community and outcasted for its literal role in not only terrorism, not only invading other countries, but literal election interference all over the world. Literally every other. They are the largest exporter of right-wing, like, you're asking for a new one that's free and fair. Well, we have to end the war first, Art. That's the thing. You have to end the war to get the election. They can't do an election in the middle of the war. And yes, most people now in those regions that used to be pro-Russia are anti-Russia now. That's the other thing. Based off of, at the very least, like, word of mouth, which you can't quite trust, but, like, especially not in a war zone. And based off of just images of what's happening there, they're definitely not as pro-Russia as they used to be. And also based off of how Russian soldiers engage with Ukrainians and Ukrainian soldiers engage with Russian soldiers, there is, like, significant evidence of a distinction in how these militaries engage with civilians versus how civilians shift their views based on their engagements with these militaries. There is no argument to be made that the Donbass or Crimea belong to Russia. There's no argument to be made that there are a large group of people here that want to break away. Now, you want an election, you want a referendum? Sure, we can have a referendum. We have to end the war first, though. You can't have a free and fair referendum with the war going on, even with international observers. First of all, how are people going to vote in the middle of a war? I mean, they did for their, like, federal election, but it's a difficult process to vote in the middle of a war. It's also much easier to do interference. We need to cripple Russia's ability to interfere with things if you want free and fair elections. They were never ardently pro-Russia to begin with, maybe a few. Yeah, like, there was a few, but it was never the majority. It was never, like, a large enough movement that even, looking at the idea of a referendum could make you think, oh, well, it's leaning towards Russia. It never would have. I haven't seen that boy video. Anyway, let's jump to Syria. Russia's also involved here, so like we can keep going on the subject because all of this ties in together. Now, Syria is really fucking important. The entirety of our politics in the West, Europe, America, right now, in this time period, traces back to this civil war. The rise in Nazism, far-right beliefs, the rise in anti-immigrant sentiment, the refugee crisis, all of it originated with this conflict. Sorry. So let's get a quick recap of what actually happened. I'll watch the boy video for the Ukraine war, but I understand the Ukraine war, Tyler. I don't need boy to teach me. In fact, I'd rather someone teach me about this war. Condition is for ending the war. A ceasefire happens. The areas under the question of contention are jointly occupied by Russia, Ukraine, and NATO, and then a referendum happens. That's a single transferable vote that has 3 options: Ukraine, independence, or Russia. Yeah, that sounds okay. I don't think that that's ever going to happen, and I don't think if that did happen, it would work. But like the idea itself sounds okay. There's no systems where we could ensure that happens in a way that's not fucked around with. Like there is no way to ensure that that vote in that circumstance is free and fair. And yeah, no, I'm with Popshevsky. Majority of Ukraine does not want independence, nor does it want to be part of Russia. It wants Ukrainian independence. Okay, so Syria.
Syria's war is a mess. After 6 years, the conflict is divided between 4 sides, each side with foreign backers.
I don't generally accept that the US was behind the referendum. I think that's a Russian talking point.
And those foreign backers don't even agree with each other on who they're fighting for and who they're fighting against. And now, Syria's use of chemical weapons has provoked President Donald Trump to directly attack Syrian President Bashar al-Assad. This is a major development because up until now, the US has only been focused on fighting ISIS. To understand the crisscrossing interventions and battle lines in Syria today and how it got this way, it helps to go back to the beginning of the conflict.
Yeah, by the way, this map is going to change a lot. There is a lot that's happened, obviously, since the conflict began in 2011, but even just a lot in... Okay, Boy Video says otherwise. That's great for him.
And watch to see how it unfolded. The first shots in the war were fired in March 2011 by Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad against peaceful Arab Spring demonstrators. In July, the protesters start shooting back, and some Syrian troops even defect from the Syrian army to join them. They call themselves the Free Syrian Army, and the uprising becomes a civil war. Extremists from around the region and the world start traveling to Syria to join the rebels. Now, Assad actually encourages this by releasing jihadist prisoners.
Hateful sadist, you can't, that doesn't work. Because again, what happened after the Syrian civil war started in 2011? A bunch of refugees came into Europe, and then now Europe is all pissy about refugees. There is no, you can't just leave that country. No country is an island unto itself. Anything that happens in any part of the world affects the rest of the world. And by the way, every part of the world is involved here. This is not a you can just leave it be type situation. Everybody is involved. So literally you are a sadist and you're hateful. So that makes sense that you'd be willing to let all these people die, except how are you going to send back a sea of 3 million people? The only way to stop that from entering your country is to kill them yourself. You can't send them back. You can't stop like a literal giant mob of horde of people trying to enter your country running from like a war unless you kill them. Are you okay with that?
To tinge the rebellion with extremism and make it harder for foreign backers to support them. In January 2012, Al-Qaeda forms a new branch in Syria, Jabhat al-Nusra. Also around that time, Syrian Kurdish groups who had long sought autonomy take up arms and informally secede from Assad's
They'll break those fences.
Rule in the north. That summer is when Syria becomes a proxy war. Iran, Assad's most
You think there's not already fences? It's so funny to me. You have no idea. No, that's not how the world works. And by the way, I personally think every person is as deserving as every other person, and it is my problem. Now, do I think that the West should enter this war? Do I think America should be dropping bombs here? No, I don't think so. What I do think we should be doing is, A, not supporting Assad, B, helping every single refugee, and C, engaging in good faith action. Then that's an act of aggression on the country? Are you fucking kidding me? What, like literal people fleeing a war, running through your border is an act of aggression from your country. So what, you're okay with the Poles just like machine gunning anyone trying to enter Poland from the Russians? Are you like, come on. Oxpecker, you're talking about Hateful Sadist? Oh my god, I didn't realize the video's not even playing for you guys because I had it on full screen. Sorry. No, breaking into your yard and fence is not, like, I don't think you should be fencing them out. I think you should be letting them in. I think you should be caring for every single one of them. I think it is my problem. I think as a species, like as a member of the human species, it is exactly my problem. Thanks, Oxpecker.
Syria's war is a mess. After 6 years, the conflict is divided between 4 sides, each side with foreign backers.
This is still essentially the same, like, grid of rebels, Kurds, Assad, and ISIS is still essentially the same sides that we have, except there are members that have switched sides within this. No, I want to spend all of your taxes on that, actually. I think your tax money should be given out for free to everyone else, if you're rich. I think I'm a socialist, Hateful Sadist. Like literally, like you're in here talking to a libertarian socialist talking about not with my taxes, pull out of all countries, as if I'm going to agree with you. Well, I think that this is not a good thing. I don't like war hawks. I want to end all of these wars. I think we should stop funding like Israel, but there are ways to go about ending a war that don't literally lead to more wars. Like you want to let ISIS and the other, literally, like, we haven't even gotten to the map yet. ISIS is growing in power again. You just want to like pull out, let them spread everywhere.
Foreign backers don't even agree
Idiots
with each
don't
other.
Understand that how you, and oh my God, you people don't understand how the world works. You literally don't understand how the world works, Hateful Sadist. Lord Fluffy Art, you are making change by being here and engaging in conversation, in rhetorical like dialogue. You are making a change because people are reading what you're saying and thinking about their own personal beliefs based on that. So don't listen to this idiot.
On who they're fighting for and who they're fighting against. And now, Syria's use of chemical weapons has provoked President Donald Trump to directly attack Syrian President Bashar al-Assad.
You should be doing a whole lot more than that, but not to say that this isn't activism.
Development.
You can't change the world this way, but you can change people's minds, and changing people's minds is a worthy effort, and it also does lead to real physical change in the world. Right, okay. Well then why are you here? Why are you even engaging in politics if you can't do anything to change this? What is the point in paying attention? I can already tell today's going to be a fucking brain-damaging stream. I knew it was going to be when we talk about Syria or Russia or China. We get all of you idiots coming in here, literally don't understand how not only the world works and how politics works. Oh yeah, it's entertainment at best, sure. That's why most people get their news from independent media like Twitch. Most people believe what they see online. Most people that do what I'm doing are the people you're getting your news from now. No one watches TV anymore. Idiot. All right, that's enough of you. Come back tomorrow.
To directly attack Syrian
literally,
President
Oxpecker,
Bashar
you can't just
al-Assad.
close
This
Pandora's
is a major
box.
development because up until now, the U.S. has only been focused on fighting ISIS. To understand the crisscrossing intervention...
Nah, I muted him for like a day. He didn't get banned. He can still see. If it's entertainment, why are you getting triggered, literally?
Now, the US has only been focused on fighting ISIS. To understand the crisscrossing interventions and battle lines in Syria today and how it got this way, it helps to go back to the beginning of the conflict and watch to see how it unfolded. The first shots in the war were fired in March 2011 by Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad against peaceful Arab Spring demonstrators. In July, the protesters start shooting back, and some Syrian troops even defect from the Syrian army to join them. They call themselves the Free Syrian Army, and the uprising becomes a civil war. Extremists
We're going to go into all of the groups in a minute, but like
around the region and the world start traveling to Syria to join the rebels. Now, Assad actually encourages this by releasing jihadist prisoners to tinge the rebellion with extremism and make it harder for foreign backers to support them. In January 2012, Al-Qaeda forms a new branch in Syria, Jabhat al-Nusra. Also around that time, Syrian Kurdish groups who had long sought autonomy take up arms and informally secede from Assad's rule in the north. That summer is when Syria becomes a proxy war. Iran, Assad's most important ally...
It was a proxy war before this. Remember, this is Johnny Harris, so...
intervenes on his
Actually,
behalf.
this is Vox, but...
And by the end of 2012, Iran is sending daily cargo flights and has hundreds of officers on the ground. At the same time, the oil-rich Arab states in the Persian Gulf begin sending money and weapons to the rebels, mainly to counter Iran's influence. Iran steps up its influence in turn in mid-2012 when Hezbollah, a Lebanese militia backed by Iran, invades to fight along Assad. In turn, the Gulf states respond, Saudi Arabia really stepping up this time to send more money and weapons to the rebels.
Like, this is like a level of complexity of like World War I.
This time through Jordan, who also opposes Assad. By 2013, the Middle East is divided between mostly Sunni powers generally supporting the rebels and Shias generally supporting Assad. That April, the Obama administration, horrified by Assad's atrocities and the mounting death toll, signs a secret order authorizing the CIA to train and equip Syrian rebels. But the program stalls. At the same time, the US quietly urges Arab Gulf states to stop funding extremists, but their requests basically go ignored. In August, the Assad regime uses chemical weapons against civilians, provoking condemnation from around the world.
So this is probably where most people tuned in.
Men, women, children lying in rows, killed by poison gas.
Well then, yes, they did.
It is in the national security interests of the United States to respond to the Assad regime's use of chemical weapons through a targeted military strike.
Russia proposed on Monday that Syria surrender control over its chemical weapons to the international community for its eventual dismantling to avoid a U.S. military strike.
The U.S. ends up backing down, but the whole thing establishes Syria as a great powers dispute, with Russia backing Assad and the U.S. opposing him. Just weeks later, the first American CIA training and arms reached Syrian rebels. The U.S. is now a participant in the war. In February 2014, something happens that transforms the war. An Al-Qaeda affiliate based mostly in Iraq breaks away from the group over internal disagreements. The group calls itself the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, or ISIS.
Who's getting more popular again, by the way?
And it becomes Al-Qaeda's enemy. ISIS mostly fights not Assad, but other rebels and Kurds, carving out a mini-state it calls its caliphate. That summer, it marches across Iraq, seizing territory and galvanizing the world against it. In September, 1 year after US almost bombed Assad, it begins bombing ISIS.
We're moving ahead with our campaign of airstrikes against these terrorists, and we're prepared to take action against ISIL in Syria as well.
That summer, in July, the Pentagon launches its own program to train Syrian rebels, but will only train those who will fight
Actually, we're still in 2014.
ISIS, not Assad. The program fizzles, showing that America now opposes ISIS more than Assad, but that there's also no like-minded Syrian proxy forces on the ground in Syria. In August, Turkey starts bombing Kurdish groups in Iraq and in Turkey, even as these Kurdish groups...
And this is about, you know, where we can leave off. This is right around where most people probably tuned out of paying attention to the war. So what's going on now? Well, this is what the map looks like today. Imagine that's, yeah, here we go. Aleppo. Oh, actually, that's new. looks like the SDF have taken a good chunk of Aleppo over here. So there's a lot of different groups involved, as we saw earlier. Here, let's have a look at the key. So all these different colors. So red, we have pro-Assad forces, the Syrian army, the NDF, Russia, the IRGC from Iran, Hezbollah, who's kind of pretty busy, not going to really be involved right now, and some other Shia groups from Iraq, Iran, and Lebanon. We have in blue, which is not really present on the map right now, I guess. Yeah, we don't really have much Western U.S. action going on, minus Turkey, except Turkey has its own designation, even though it's part of a NATO US international coalition. It has its own objectives here. Funny enough, we have a second US color for down here of a US conservative support, essentially pro-Russian support, pro-Assad support coming from the Trump administration. Tulsi Gabbard obviously used to be a very big stan for Assad. Then we got our good guys. We have the rebel forces, the FSA, the Al-Sham, other moderate groups, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham as well. These are, let me make this clear, Islamist extremist groups, but there are distinctions here. They're significantly more rational than you would initially think. We're going to read exactly I mean, really, the guy leading the charge right now is very interesting. I had a look at his Wikipedia page, and we'll go into that. It's wild. And then we have yellow over here, as we have the Kurds, which are YPJ, YPJ, SDF, and PKK. Most of these groups are all declared as terrorist organizations, whether it be by like the US or Turkey or Russia, or someone has declared these people a terrorist group. And a lot of them are terrorist groups, but a lot of them are also a lot more moderate now than they were 10 years ago. This conflict has like changed sides. There's been a lot of shifting. However, like, you do have to remember that this is a war zone. You know, this has been a war zone for more than a decade. Most of the people involved in this conflict on the ground are at least some level of fucking insane. And you have to take things with a grain of salt here. Then we have these little strongholds of ISIS all around Syria. They have more in Iraq, which we can't really look at the map. We can't see Iraq on the map right now, can we? That's annoying. Well, aside from that, it looks like just over the couple days, obviously, the rebels have taken essentially full control over Aleppo. Assad is in Damascus. Turkey is bombing the Kurds again. It looked like maybe Turkey might chill out with bombing the Kurds because the SDF, which is, by Turkey declared a terrorist organization, but currently working in decent like cooperation with the FSA, who are backed by Turkey. It's very complicated in that even the sides that are on the same side are not on the same side, which has historically been the case here. But let's have a look at what's actually been going down. Am I allowed to listen to God, Syria, Bashar, since it's kind of banger song? I mean, I've never heard the song, but you're allowed to listen to whatever you like. You can listen to a song even if it's about something bad and enjoy it, as long as you recognize the thing is bad, you know? I think that's perfectly fine.
This is the center of Aleppo, the second largest city, which until Friday was one of the main strongholds of the Syrian army. As a symbol of its fall, the statues of the governing Assad family are taken down by the rebels amid
Iraq vibes.
Jubilation. In less than 3 days, armed opposition factions led by Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, or HTS, marched on the city from the northern province of Idlib. Their swift takeover of such a strategic city without much of a fight by the Syrian army has left many surprised by this sudden turn of events. HTS and other groups have been fighting the government forces since 2011. What started then as a peaceful wave of demonstrations demanding more rights under the rule of President Bashar al-Assad soon turned into a civil war that led to the death of hundreds of thousands of people and the displacement of millions, and chaos ensued. For 13 years, Russia and Iran provided weapons and personnel to defend the Assad government.
Against ISIL targets
Now, at the same time as the rebels push in, we're getting a lot of reports of inside the loyalist faction, there is infighting, that there is people in the Syrian army, the Assadist side, that are not quite fully in support as well, which is interesting because this could be over quite quickly, or this could drag out very long and could spiral out into another larger regional crisis point that affects not only obviously the region but the rest of the world. We'll see. Like that one banger ass beat online that says jihad bitch before the bass drop. Never heard that one either.
Syria.
The US and its Western allies launched a separate campaign against Al-Qaeda and ISIL fighters who had managed to join the conflict.
Come on, we got the rundown of the past. We don't need that now. I want to see what's happening now.
Turned into a battleground for influence with nearly 800 foreign military bases or posts scattered across its territory. For a while, the Syrian army, with the help of Iran, Russia and Hezbollah, managed to rout the opposition fighters out of most areas. But under an agreement negotiated by Russia and Turkey, most opposition fighters were forced into the northwestern province of Idlib, where they established a type of local.
Now, speaking of, you can actually see this. So Idlib over here, if you go in time and we go to just like, let's say November 1st, there are a lot of active wars right now. I mean, there's Myanmar, there's all the ones in the Middle East. There's Myanmar, there is, I'm not even gonna try and list them. Holy shit, I was just like, oh my God, wait. There's like 50 in Africa. There's like 7 at least happening in Southeast Asia. It's fucked. Anyway, look, just a month ago on November 1st, the rebels were essentially pushed all the way into Idlib. The Assadist government was still bombing them. In fact, if you go up 15 days later into middle of November, you can see that the Kurds started to make some pushes towards westward, which then leads to Turkey joining in, starting to help try and push the Kurds back. The bombing in the west chills out. And then suddenly we go another 25 days, November 25th. All of this is just like very, very slow. Turkey's in here bombing the shit out of the Kurds and the rebel forces, helping Assad just 5 days ago. And then we get to the 27th, where suddenly the rebels start making making gains rather. And one more day, they get even closer, the 29th, they're right outside of Aleppo. December 30th, they are in the city of Aleppo. And as of yesterday, they now control the city. It was a very, very surprising shift in not only how the conflict was going, but also in nobody expected them to take Aleppo. Not even and they've also made it down further now, and are just liberating land as it goes. Now, there's been rumors coming out that this is being supported by Israel. This is bullshit, by the way. Israel's like not even really totally involved in this just yet. I'm sure they will be. They do control the Golan Heights, but this is not a push coming from the West or the EU or NATO. This is the forces that were survived, the forces that were living in the community in the Idlib province that they're about to show here, that took advantage of the fact that Russia's a bit busy in Ukraine, Hezbollah's a bit busy with Israel, Iran is a bit busy preparing for war with probably America and Israel. This is probably a good time to take back Syria. And good on them for it. Just shows how unstable the Middle East is. Well, I mean, yeah, the Middle East is unstable, but why is it unstable? We made it unstable.
Self-rule. But the question many are asking...
And also, apparently Assad wasn't in Aleppo when they took Aleppo. He was in Moscow, though I've heard conflicting like reports of whether he fled to Moscow or he was already in Russia when this happened. It doesn't necessarily matter. 110, Jesus Christ.
Why this offensive now?
He's back now. He's in Damascus.
Some analysts believe the rebels might have sensed an opportunity in the current geopolitical situation, with most of Assad's allies mired in their own troubles. Hezbollah is still reeling under the setbacks it suffered in the face of an Israeli offensive in Lebanon. Iran might well be too busy preparing its own defenses in a potential conflict with Israel.
This is kind of the best time for the rebels to strike.
Russia is bogged down by the war with Ukraine. But after the easy routing of Assad's army from Aleppo this week, many of his allies may begin to question the viability of his government. Mohammed Val, Al Jazeera.
Now, Jesus. So, Syrian army sends in reinforcements after the rebels take Aleppo. They did not get very far, however.
At the feet of Aleppo's medieval citadel, these fighters celebrate their latest victory. After only a few days of the lightning offensive, the rebels led by Islamist militant group Hayat Tahrir al-Sham have taken Syria's second largest...
When you hear Islamist militant group, when we're talking about this conflict, you can just put that in the corner because literally that's everybody involved. You have to go into nuance. Not every Islamist militant group is ISIS, you know what I mean?
City from the hands of the Assad regime.
This is from French news, so I guess the French are supporting the loyalists in at least the media.
We participated in the operation to liberate Aleppo, to kick out the Iranian militias, and to lift the oppression against our brothers in the city of Aleppo. And we're going to clear all of Syria, God willing.
Rebel groups have taken control of important sites such as Aleppo's governorate or the international airport. As they entered buildings freshly abandoned by Hezbollah militants, these soldiers ripped down portraits of Qasem Soleimani, general of Iran's Revolutionary Guards. In public squares, monuments of the regime were brought down, like this statue of Bashar al-Assad's brother. After 4 years of standstill, the rebels and their allies took control of dozens of towns and villages in northwest Syria, most of them without resistance. Many of these places have been left totally deserted, like this town of Sarakeb, a transit route between Damascus and Aleppo.
They got into Assad's house, actually. I'm just gonna play a couple clips before we really get into the reading. It's gonna be a lot of reading. Here we go. Assad's house being taken over. So, here's one thing I'm gonna say. A lot of these videos, take them with a grain of salt. It is very difficult to verify if these are current videos of the current civil wars like uptick, or if these are outdated videos from any point in the war until now. This is from Anton Gerashenko, who, you know, is decently, you could look at these and get an idea. But again, even like, I've never seen any account that posts war-related content, whether it's news, whether it's photos or videos, 100% of the time get it accurate to, you know, not posting an old video and claiming it's something else. So take it with a grain of salt. I've seen a few of this one though from a few different angles, so.
وهاي غرفة نوم للكلب.
So, besides this, I mean, the Assadists are not doing great right
now. The Syrian
now.
army says dozens of its soldiers have been killed by rebel
Chill out
forces.
for a second. I didn't ask you to autoplay. Please. In fact, like we saw the Syrian army sending reinforcements, but they're not doing great. So, how crazy are these people, right? How insane is the rebel groups? I mean, there's a lot of different rebel groups, right? So a lot of them are going to have different ideologies. A lot of these people hate each other too. Remember, there's the Sunni and Shia distinction. Well, for the moment, they seem to be acting in some way organized, which is surprising for the region. But so we call on the Mujahideen revolutionaries to be careful not to liberate areas belonging to neighboring countries by mistake. A message of Turkish-led SNA to the Hayat Tahrir Al-Sham, which is working as the FSA. Sorry, the SNA is the Turkish-led ones. The Al-Sham, Tahrir Al-Sham is essentially who's leading the charge now. We're going to go into them and their leader in a second because they're very interesting. But they're significantly more moderate than you would expect a group that came, I believe, as a outstretch of al-Nusra from. So Turkish-led SNA is not happy with HTS expansion. There are tensions, but so far they have been engaging in good faith. As mentioned earlier, Syrian rebels have taken over Al-Safira and might even be all the way south in Qanasir. They are getting pretty fucking far on that map. So I don't see any organized Assad regime presence in the immediate area south of Aleppo. East of Aleppo, Turkish-backed rebels SNA continue to fill the vacuum and have taken out the Queries airbase, as well as the local power stations. So Turkey seems to be, at this point, playing both sides. Turkey in the past definitely sided with Russia, Iran, and that coalition fighting against the Kurds because Turkey is Sunni, so did not want the Kurds having Rojava happen, Kurdistan, any of that independence. Turkey also regularly makes a big fuss about Kurdish groups like the PKK and the YPJ doing terrorism in their territory. So Turkey was absolutely on the Russian side earlier in the war. I thought maybe there was a chance they could do something good here, as it would be beneficial to Turkey if the Assad regime was toppled and many of the Syrian refugees living in Turkey that the Turkish people keep getting whingy about could come back home. Would be good for Turkey. But no, it seems like they're still going to stay on the side of Iran and Russia, as the foreign minister of Iran is in Ankara right now, having discussions regarding this. Hey, Pas Dinsby, welcome. Either way, Turkey is going to continue to play both sides, as they are a member of NATO, and in the past both supported the Russian push and the Iranian push and Assad in general, but also kind of leaned into the West a little bit in this instance of, like, Syria was really the furthest Turkey has moved away from NATO and closer to Russia. In fact, Turkey bought missile defense systems from Russia during this conflict, which led to a kind of chilling effect with diplomatic ties with the United States. It's unclear how they're going to respond now, as either way, Turkey is not in a good place. This fucks them either way. I think that it would be better for Assad to fall for Turkey, for Erdogan specifically even, which the guy is a dictator and only ever functions based off what's good for him personally, but we'll see. So there are no serious clashes with the SDF so far. The only deadly encounter was an attempt by a few militants of HTS to move into Sheikh Maqsoud in the Kurdish quarter of Aleppo. The town of Nubel, which was initially taken by the SDF, has been turned over to advancing Syrian rebels from the west. There is some cooperation on a degree that is higher than is expected in the region, and higher than expected between these groups. Sorry for my broken English, but I have an important question. Where are you talking from, comrade? Well, I mean, I'm American, but I live in Australia. I'm going to start a movement, call it Gays for Assad. Well, don't do that. gays against Assad. Now I'm in favor of that one. Now, let me just pull this up in relation to a further degree of cooperation. Again, a surprising degree of cooperation. Safe passage for SDF forces moving towards Aleppo, emphasized that their fight is solely against Assad and Iranian militants. They affirm that the Kurds are part of Syrian society and have the same rights, which is great because we do not want the Kurds and the rebels fighting each other. We want them fighting Assad and ISIS. Now, let's have a look at these groups. So let's start with the Syrian National Army, the SNA. So bear with me here, because when the war originally started back in 2011, all the way through 2016 with ISIS and all of this, I was not hyper-focused on the subject. This is not a war that I'm particularly educated in to the degree that I am with like Ukraine and Israel. Now, I do know a decent amount, but the details on which groups are which, that's where we're going to get into a bit of a tricky situation for me. So let's learn together. So previously, the Free Syrian Army, also known as the Turkish-backed Free Syrian Army, is a coalition of armed Syrian opposition groups in the civil war, comprising various rebel factions that emerged at the start of the war in 2011. It was officially established in 2017 under the auspices of Turkey. Now remember, this is what I mean by Turkey plays both sides, as they like and fund the Free Syrian Army, some of our, the Al-Sham and the Free Syrian Army, which are the good guys here, but they also work against some groups such as not only the Kurds, but even in some cases Al-Sham. The Free Syrian Army is not necessarily the same as just any of the other rebellion groups. They have a very hyper-specific goal in creating a safe zone in northern Syria, as the official aims of the SNA are to create a safe zone in northern Syria. I just literally saw that as I was saying it. Consolidate with other rebel factions and combat both the Syrian government forces and the Islamists, and also the Kurds. Its presence is expanded in the neighboring Idlib governorate, which we saw where all of the rebels had essentially been for the last few years, regrouping. Now, they're composed of 25,000 fighters, with some sources estimating it to be 70,000, mostly consisting of Arabs and Turkmens. Cool. Let's jump to what they've done in the past, what they believe now. So the organization's first known engagement was a joint operation with the Turkish armed forces. And the first day they took control of Jarabulus from ISIS. After this, they expanded northeast, meeting with the units of the Syrian Democratic Forces. Now the SDF are the Kurds here, I believe. Let's check our list again. The SDF are the Kurds. Lovely. Okay, good to know. So meeting with the SDF, successfully pushed the SDF out. Yep, so they fought against the Kurds then. The Turkish-backed Free Syrian Army. Petty edgy to argue anybody in this is the good side. Yeah, there is no good side, but there is an objective bad side, Fonks. Obviously, like, these Islamist groups are not good. Turkey is not good. America's not good. Iraq's not good. Iran's not good. Russia's not good. Syria's not good. They're all fucked. This war is surprisingly black and white in that everybody here is a bad guy, but Assad needs to go. So I'm just making it very clear to you that all of these guys are bad guys, but in a substantial distinction to the previous phases of the war, not only are the rebel groups less extreme than they've been in the past, but they are working together and talking about an after the fact of ruling, not just war, not just jihad. That's not all they're focused on. They're focused on forming a government following this revolution. Now, the guy who is currently leading the charge, right? Let's have, like, this is a good way to understand. So Tahrir Al-Sham is the main orchestrator right now of the push into Aleppo. They're the ones that led it, and the guy who led them is this guy, Abu Muhammad al-Julani. Now, this guy, not a good dude, was part of Al-Qaeda, became part of Al-Nusra, literally worked with ISIL. Not a good dude. However, in 2021, he was interviewed. And in this interview, a lot of the things that this guy says, maybe he learned his lesson, right? And obviously, like, people don't just learn a lesson for no reason. Syria got fucked up. ISIS killed a lot of people, destroyed a lot of World Heritage sites. A lot of the people that hate each other in this region worked together to fight against ISIS. And then since then, since the years that have passed since 2016, which is really the last major event to take place here, they've had to learn to not only work together in Idlib, but coexist in a way and form alliances against Assad. As we saw, not only are these groups that generally hate each other saying, hey, look, we're only fighting Assad, the Kurds get to live here, you know, this guy used to want to genocide the Kurds, and now he's willing to work with them. Why? Now, is he rational? Probably not. The guy's like had a very long history of, I mean, look, his family came from the Golan Heights in Syria, was displaced in 1967 after the Israeli occupation of the Golan Heights during the Six-Day War. His father was an Arab nationalist student for the Nazarists in Syria. He was imprisoned by Ba'athis in 1961 and 63. Father escaped prison, went to Iraq, lived in Iraq. Like, this guy was in Abu Ghraib. These people are not mentally stable because living in an area like this under these conditions in a state of essentially never-ending war since, I guess, 1960 for some of these people does not necessarily lead someone to have a rational, thoughtful behavior style. However, what could is seeing not only your country, your people, but the entire world really suffer because of the outcomes of other extremists in the region, such as ISIL. ISIL was an extremist organization that took a lot of people from these groups, like Al-Nusra, Al-Sham, Al-Qaeda. All of these groups, much of them became parts of ISIS, and a lot of those ISIS militants were murdered, or rather not murdered, but like killed in oncoming conflict. But a lot of them survived. But a lot of the ones that were in ISIS that really thought, okay, this shit's fucked, left ISIS and returned to sorting out their country. This seems to be the coalition of people that went in the full Islamist direction, but then realized that this is not for me, and then moved a bit backwards. Are they good people? Fuck no. Should they win this conflict? Yes. What happens after the conflict? Should we trust them? No. It's simple and yet still nuanced. You've been designated a terrorist organization by the United States and many governments. A lot of Americans who would say that you have no business being a leader as a terrorist. What do you say to them? First of all, we don't act as rulers in the region. We are completely a part of a Syrian revolution, and the Syrian revolution cannot be limited to a single person. It's the people's revolution. The other thing that this is an unfair categorization. It's a political label that carries no truth. Well, I mean, to be fair, again, everyone is a terrorist organization or a freedom fighter. It just depends on who you're asking. But they have been terrorists before, they have done terrorism before, and they've been a part of terrorist organizations before. Now, at this current point in time, they are freedom fighters. Tomorrow, might they be terrorists? Sure. Right now, they're not. We haven't posed any threat to Western European society, no security threat, no economic threat, nothing. In September of 2014, you vowed to fight against the US and its allies. Have you changed? Yes, we did criticize Western policies in the region, but to wage a war against the United States and the Europeans from Syria, that's not true. You never said that you wanted to fight. We didn't say that we wanted to fight. We didn't say that. We said we were the subject of attacks by the US and through striking certain people who worked with us. So they said they want to fight the US. But again, like that's what you say when you're a fucking rebel group getting bombed by the US in the middle of a civil war. You say, we'll fight the US too. They did. That's a lie. This is a narrativization of a lie. But come back down here, this is how Americans will react to this. You pledged allegiance to Al-Qaeda. You worked with Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, the head of Emir of ISIS. So for you to say you were not committed to fighting Americans and that it's in your past, it's impossible for people to understand. It's also not true. The issue needs an objective and scientific analysis. The history of the region and what it went through over the past 20 or 30 years needs to be taken into consideration. We are talking about a region ruled by tyrants, by people who rule with iron fists and their security apparatuses. At the same time, this region is surrounded by numerous conflicts and wars, so there's many objective circumstances surrounding the region. We can't take a segment of this history and say so-and-so joined Al-Qaeda. Literally, a lot of the region joined Al-Qaeda. By the way, this was our fault as America. We discovered this very early on. Bombing rebels does not get rid of the rebels. It creates more rebels. Bombing extremists and killing their family members creates more extremists and further extremism. Now, a cool down in this conflict would have, hypothetically, led to some of these extremists chilling the fuck out. Maybe. Who knows? I mean, again, I'm not saying this guy isn't like a bad guy. I'm saying right now he's not doing a bad thing. And there is that distinction to make. Again, you can't... He's correct here in saying that there is a lot going on in the region, and you can't just say this person is objectively bad because they joined Al-Qaeda. You can, but you can't say that they're acting in bad faith now because they were formerly a part of Al-Qaeda in a region where literally everybody is part of some group that's designated a terrorist organization that's all fighting each other. I saw videos from people visiting Aleppo, TikToks of people on holiday in Syria. Assad was a corrupt dictator, but he wasn't an Islamist, which is why the Saudis didn't like him and Russia supported him. The biggest problem with Assad is his incompetence. Well, it's not just his incompetence. He literally used chemical weapons on civilians, his own civilians. He's not an Islamist, but he's a dictator. The issue here is they're all extremists in different ways. Assad is not an Islamist extremist, but he's an extremist in the sense of fascistic control over his people, support for the countries that are literally creating most of the instability in the world right now, which is Russia, and really not Iran anymore, but Russia, a highly Russian-backed government that not only has maintained control in Syria, but has led to the rise of extremist organizations in Syria because of the way that they are acting. ISIS would use whatever weapons they would get their hands on. No, I don't doubt that at all. Of course I don't doubt that at all. ISIS are evil. But not all of these extremists are ISIS. You can't say just because someone is an Islamist militia member or an Islamist extremist even, that they're the same level as ISIS. This is a racist categorization. Bombing all extremists cannot create more extremists. That's if you murder everybody in the region, sure. Bombing the extremists isn't the problem, Pastinsky. It's bombing the extremists means that their family members become extremists. So are you willing to kill people that aren't extremists, civilians, for example? Because if you kill their family members, they will later on become extremists? That's the argument that you're making. This is the reason why Israel can never get rid of Hamas and Hezbollah, because what they're doing only creates more members of Hamas and Hezbollah. The only way to get rid of extremist groups, the only way to de-radicalize a region like this is through diplomacy and good faith negotiation, through non-military means. What you will do fighting these people will create more of them. We recognize that innocent people were killed. If someone did this and was associated with ISIS or others, we do not support these policies. We are against killing innocent people, even if the ones who were oppressed and defending, even if we're the ones who were oppressed and defending our rights. When this increased and escalated, it led to a split between us and ISIS for these reasons, because they were fighting misguided policies adopted by ISIS in managing the conflict and fighting that took place, or even heading towards killing some innocent people. So when it reached this level, we split, we distanced ourselves from those who kill people, and this was a defining compass. This is true because they also helped fight against ISIS. That's because we haven't done diplomacy. Pastinspi, you have to do diplomacy in good faith for it to work. Diplomacy in bad faith, which is what we've been doing for decades, does not work. We've never actually negotiated in good faith with the Middle East as the West, ever. Like, in no instance have, like, in my lifetime, or even really probably yours, has that happened. They've employed suicide. Like, again, these aren't good people. My point was just that I doubt any side will respect wartime law, Geneva Convention, or anything else. True. Like, the Syrian civil war historically was not good, but just because the fact that no one's going to respect the law doesn't mean the person who used chemical weapons on his own people first, like the first war crime, was not bad. Also, America supports this. We need Assad gone before the Trump administration comes in. Tulsi Gabbard is an Assad stan. Assad is not increasing stability in the region. The argument from the pro-Assad side, especially even from some of the left now, is that Assad might be the lesser of two evils here, in that there is somewhat of a stable government, that the civil war had ended and they were kind of getting back to normal. In fact, if you look at here, in July, Erdogan was talking about reopening diplomatic ties with Syria, with Assad, and this obviously changed now. This is not going to happen now, but I don't think that this is true. He's obviously too incompetent to stabilize the region. That's the problem with him. We agree on that. I think it not only is he too incompetent, but I also don't think that there is that goal anyway. I don't think stability in this region is what, like, Russia and Assad are aiming for. It is Iran's goal over there to bring stability to the region. However, Iran is a bit preoccupied right now. This is turning into the same level of clusterfuck as it did last time. Whereas all of these sides are, they're essentially accomplishing nothing. There is no good outcome here. There is a better outcome, which is the end of the Assad regime, but there is no good outcome. War is not a good thing, ever. In any case, war is just not good. Sometimes it's necessary. Revolution is not like, I'm not against the idea of revolting against a dictator, but war is never a good thing. It should never be easy. It should not be seen as, like, none of these people should be seen as good, just objectively. There has to be nuance in all of this. Now, I don't care about your early life. I don't care about this. I don't care about this. I want to see, we go, returning to Syria. So we went to see Baghdadi. It's too early on. I want to get to later, because he was an extremist. We don't need to, like, qualify whether he was an extremist or not. He was. He was in ISIS. But here we go. Someone had mentioned the Alawites to me before, but let's read from this section. What gave you the authority to call for the introduction of Sharia law in Syria and larger secular society? First of all, what we're calling for, what we believe in. No one should object to any call by person specifically, since Islamic Sharia contains huge blah, 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 blah. All of these people define this differently, and this is going to happen because all of these people are going to fight each other as soon as the war is over on that subject anyway, which is what needs to be prevented. This needs to be done in a way, Assad needs to go in a way that doesn't literally lead to all of these people fighting each other immediately after. But you were subscribing to the Tafriqi doctrine and the Salafi doctrine. At least you ran an organization that murdered Alawites because they were Alawites. I mentioned that there were conditions unique at the time and place. This is excuses for, like, genocidal behavior. Al-Nusra. There's a problem with them. We can agree on that. There's a lot of problems with these people. I just want to get to the end where we talk about, like, their current actions, because that's what matters right now, is what's currently happening. Everything after can be, like, we can hypothesize where it's going to lead, but we don't know that. So you seem not to convey a great sense of difficulty during this period. Again, that's bullshit. Okay. HTS is a military operation. You decide, however, to prompt the formation of a salvation government whose idea was this. This is where we get into the important bits. The idea of talking about government following a revolution is a good sign, because most revolutionaries don't focus on the after. They only focus on the revolution. Even just the idea of thought here is in some fashion, a show of this might not, end in a further war. If they're talking about coalescing, a lot of these groups that are currently fighting together, by the way, were living together. It's not that these conversations are new. It's not that they're happening right now on the ground. There are some set plans of how to move forward here. The revolution didn't have a central authority. That caused many problems internally, on a social level, on the institutional level, on the military organizational level, even the economic level in liberated areas. So we entered into negotiation with the factions, and as a result, there was a partial merger. After that, there were many initiatives by broad segments of academic, civilian, and university professors, because the talks in Idlib included representatives from all Syrian provinces. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I do talk fast. You might want to, bring me down to 0.75 speed or something. The French cannot fix this region. The West cannot fix this region. What we can do is we can engage in good faith, like engagement with the people of the region. They can fix their region. That's the issue. Neither side is worthy of support in the sense of moralistically, but the rebel forces are worthy of support militarily. We want Assad gone, but we need to recognize that it's not a black and white good and bad situation. Both are morally bad sides. However, we shouldn't give any weapons. No, we shouldn't give any weapons. I don't think America should get involved here at all right now. I think Europe should. I think Turkey should. I think Turkey needs to stop bombing the Kurds and flip over to the rebel side. It would literally benefit Turkey to do so, and also would be the more humanitarian option. We want Assad gone, because if Assad's gone, this fixes not only... I would like to disarm the region. Well, yeah, well, that's the thing. You're never going to get that. I want Assad gone because Assad is going to be used as a tool later on. If Assad's government coalesces, if they beat back the rebels entirely, they then become a Russian outpost in the region to work to literally just fuck the entire region even more. I mean, look, they already work with Iran, but they don't have control over Iran, right? They're allies. And Iran doesn't like Israel. But Russia works with both Iran and Israel. Now, Russia also works with Turkey. Turkey works with NATO and Russia. Turkey doesn't like Russia. Turkey doesn't like NATO. Turkey likes itself. All of these groups over here are out for themselves. What's the one group that is not fully independent, working for themselves? It's Syria. It's the Syrian, it's the Assad regime. Assad is a Russian puppet. It's the only group here. It's basically Russia's version of Israel. If Israel was actually an American puppet state anymore, because now it seems like they just kind of ignore us. But think about Israel 10 years ago. Syria is this for the Russians. It's a puppet state for the region to stage, a whole bunch of stuff in the region from. Because again, it's not that Russia has ambitions in this region over here. Russia has ambitions in Africa, all over the place. The Wagner group, it is such a clusterfuck of every side trying to not only fuck their own side, but the other side, that it makes it easier into, let's just get rid of the people that are causing the confusion, which is the Assad regime. After the fact, sure, disarm and hold elections, not going to happen. The elections part, sure. I would like the elections to happen. You're never going to get this region to disarm, though. Trying to disarm this region just leads into another war. It's unusual to the outsiders to a Salafist group and encourage a civil society. So talk about how you can reconcile the ideas of HTS with those of a civil society. When we say it's an Islamic movement, people would immediately think it's a movement that engages only in fighting. They would never imagine that this movement is also capable of building and running institutions in a country. But in reality, Islam is completely different. Islam is not about sacrifice, and it's more about building and just fighting. Fighting and confrontation is one part. These, like, they can build a civil society. It's not like you can't have a theocracy as well as a working government and economy. You can look at Iran. Will this be what ends up happening here? No, I don't think that that's what Syria's future looks like. Syria's kind of just fucked in general. I don't think that even if we manage to topple Assad, that a stable government comes out of this that is able to do a lot of the things that they want to. I think the end point here in a post-Assad regime is just a more coalescing of groups like the FSA into leadership roles in the country. And just, there would definitely be violence later on if issues don't get solved, but I think maybe a couple years of engagement with SDF and YPJ, PKK type groups between them, if they can manage to get along, which would require Turkey to stop fucking bombing them, then this could become an actual organized country that exists in and of itself and doesn't require foreign support to stand on its own 2 feet. However, a post-Assad Syria will not be able to stand on its own 2 feet without foreign support. So we do need to place that foreign support here in order to not have it fall apart again. This does not mean arming them, however. This means foreign support in that, okay, the dictator's government is gone. We all support this new government. They are officially acknowledged. And obviously, because of the sides of this war, that acknowledgement of a government would be contested. If America says, we acknowledge this new government, then Turkey might say otherwise. Russia might say otherwise. Iran might say otherwise. And that's also interesting to know that America might shift our views on this entirely because of Trump, because the right is more pro-Russia. How do you support without arming? What do you mean? But we've been bombing the shit out of the place ourselves. It's not like we don't have to give them weapons. We can bomb them. We've been bombing. How long ago did America start bombing Syria? I'm not saying, like, give them guns. I'm saying bomb the right people. I'm saying help them win. And then say, we helped you win. Now you, will work with us economically and socially because, you make deals. You make diplomatic action. You don't have to support them with weapons. They have the weapons. They took Aleppo on their own. They don't need our guns. They don't even really need our bombing. We just need to make the effort of engaging with the rebels, the revolutionaries, in a way that leads to an outcome of a stable and consistent government instead of more infighting afterward, which is the likely outcome here. Here. Look. These groups...
This morning,
These groups will work together until they take out Assad. So if you help them, they get the country, which means they get the value. Sure, they can buy their own. That's their country at that point. I want them to have their country. I just want them to have their country. They have the weapons already to take the capital. We don't need to give them more. They can take the country. The Syrian, loyalist army is scattered. We just need to stop their reinforcements from coalescing and making this a longer war. It takes 3 airstrikes from the US to make it so the loyalists, the Assadist regime, cannot coalesce and fight back in a way that gives them any real shot of continuing the war. If the rebels finish taking Syria in a week, that will lead to an outcome of a much more stable government and cooperative government than if this drags on for a year.
deadly uptick in Syrian and Russian airstrikes. Civilians among the dead and injured. Even though Damascus told
the Russians are currently airstriking. The Russians are involved, Turkey is involved. We need to get involved and block off the Russians and the Turks like effectiveness in what they're doing, so that the rebels can take over the country quickly. The revolution, if done within this week, if they manage, which they won't, by the way, they won't. It's not going to happen that way, but it could. If we took the country quickly, then it could work. Honestly, I'm in favor of just letting the Kurds have their own, like, cut of this anyway, but I like to be an optimist, Fox, because I know that oftentimes the optimism is misplaced, and I do acknowledge that I'm not expecting the optimism, the hope, to be the reality. I never am. But you have to frame things from a perspective of good things can happen, because otherwise no one gives a shit. It's hopeless. It's depressing. Do I think that this is going to end well? No. But is there a possibility of it doing so? Absolutely. What do we do if they turn to Syria? If they turn Syria into the next Afghanistan, where you get hanged for Twitter posts and local Taliban doesn't like it? First of all, like, it's already like that, my dude. It's already like that. Do you think that the like Assad regime is not hanging people for posts like or I don't even know if they can get on Twitter here, but like, do you think that there isn't already that level of behavior from the state? The Taliban acting in Afghanistan does not act all that differently than the Iranian government does, nor from how the Assad government behaves. Again, like, at least the Taliban didn't use chemical weapons on their own people. None of these people are good, but that's not the point. The point isn't who's good. The point is which of these groups lead to the least bad outcomes. And what I've just described, a quick win for the rebel forces, has the largest chance of good outcomes here. The wild card would be how they deal with the Kurds. And if this war ended in a week, if, you know, they continue down, they get Hamma, and they go all the way down, they take Damascus, they hang fucking him like Gaddafi, they hang Assad like Gaddafi, or not, like, they kill him like Gaddafi, or they hang him like Saddam Hussein, then I believe there's a much higher chance of these two groups coexisting. If this goes on too long, these two are going to start fighting each other again. You see what I mean? Like, the difference in speed will make a difference in cooperation. If this goes on too long, these two groups will start fighting each other again. I mean, that's up to them, Art. I would hope not. I tend to be against these kinds of things. And also, again, like, ISIS is growing in popularity in the region. The quicker we take out Assad means we also take out ISIS, which means they're no longer a growing force in Syria. They have been growing. We can look at the time span again. Just go back to a couple days ago. There's a shift. In fact, it looks like they kind of lost some ground in the last 3-4 days since the revolution came back on. They've been holding pretty steady there. They've been growing a lot more in the Iraq side of things. This is a fucked like war. That's the thing. This entire situation has been terrible from the very start. The best outcomes are still a quick resolution. If this drags on much longer, there's a risk of ISIS growing again. There's a risk of these groups like FSA splitting into multiple groups. There's the SDF that might literally just start getting murdered again. There's PKK who might do like a terrorism thing in Turkey, and then Turkey just starts bombing the entirety of Syria. There's so much possibility in things that could go wrong that the quickest solution is the best solution. Now, after the fact, after the end of like the Assad regime, then there needs to be quite a lot more discourse about what happens next, and then we can get back into the discourse of these groups are worse than these groups are harmful, these groups are terrorists, these groups are stable and rational. But for now, Assad needs to get out, because the longer this continues, the worse it is for everybody. Assad might let out former ISIS fighters and make it more complicated. He did this last time, remember. To make it more difficult to get Western support for the rebels, he released a whole lot of prisoners and had them join rebel groups to make them more extremist. Exactly, Art.
Against fleeing terrorists. The city of Idlib was a target, the headquarters of this armed uprising. President Assad vowing to crush this latest rebellion against him, with hundreds reported killed since it began 5 days ago.
Wait, I forgot, this is Channel 4 News, so they might show something that I can't actually... Oh, cool, confirmation that that was actually Assad's house. Good to know. Like I said, when you're looking at footage of most wars, a lot of the fake footage is old footage of the Syrian civil war, and now we're looking at the Syrian civil war, so we might be looking at a lot of old footage by accident. What's up, Ooga Booga?
Pose in front of Aleppo's ancient citadel, astonished at having captured it so quickly. We're going to Damascus, they cry, after pushing deep into government territory without much resistance. Today they filmed themselves occupying a government guest house.
Oh,
jihadists
look at that! Look at, as you can see, even from trusted sources, I was wrong on that. I did say this might not be the case when I played the video saying this is Assad's house. I said this might be fake, this might be old. It turns out it's not even Assad's house. It's just a government guest house. Everything you're going to see on this subject is going to be very much infiltrated with propaganda. Second rising of ISIS would make it more difficult to fight them, since there'd be international pressure to fight ISIS first and then fight Assad. Exactly, which seems to be a pretty easy way that they could go about complicating the situation in order for Assad to maintain power, which is the only thing Assad has wanted since the very beginning of this, is I will do anything to maintain power. So...
by the Americans as terrorists, but who timed their attack to perfection. The Assad regime and its Russian and Iranian backers all caught off guard. A time for reunions, as some Syrians return to the city they fled from during the darkest days of their civil war.
And as I said, a lot of the issues that we have in the West, like culture war issues, the rise of the right wing, the rise of Nazism, the rise of anti-immigrant sentiment, all of it traces back to this conflict. For Europe especially, much of the refugee problem comes from this conflict. If Syria is stabilized, many of those people can go home, which is another reason why I think it's insane that Turkey is siding with the Russians and is bombing the Kurds right now, because if they quickly manage to take over Syria and establish a working government, Turkey could send the refugees that everyone in Turkey loves to complain about home.
I've been away for 8 years, he says. The joy of coming back is beyond description. But others, including Christians and Kurds, are reserving judgment on this Islamist takeover. For Russian jets are now bombing Syria's second city, and this could herald a repeat of their brutal air campaign, which restored Bashar al-Assad to power here 8 years ago.
I wonder if they have the means to continue that, but they want to be able to use refugees as something to campaign on and stay in power. A lot of them do, a lot of them actually don't though. That's the thing. A lot of them also would still do it even if they got to send the refugees home. A lot of them would do it, take the political win, and then still continue complaining about refugees. Remember, our reality doesn't matter. We just, like we covered earlier, of Donald Trump making a statement of, oh yeah, the president of Mexico said that everything that I asked for will happen and that we don't need tariffs. Meanwhile, you can look at the statement from Claudius Scheinbaum saying, no, I didn't say any of that shit. They don't need the reality, but they need to be able to have the people feel the reality of, the refugees go home. You can still complain about them afterward. It benefits them regardless.
A bust of his father, Hafez, is kicked about like a football. But the Russians are not about to abandon their only Middle Eastern ally, who gives them air bases and their only naval port in the Mediterranean. The Arab world won't come to the rescue of these Islamist fighters, euphoric at having captured 2 of the regime's jets.
Yeah, your refugee problem comes from your Algerian dictatorship that is propped up by Russia again. Like most problems in the world, it originates in Russia.
For Assad is back in the Arab League and seen as the least worst option in terms of regional stability.
And I disagree with this significantly. I think remaining in power leads to much more regional instability for everybody. Assad needs to go. Now, let's have a look at what the pundits are saying.
A lightning offensive by opposition fighters in Syria sweeps onwards after Aleppo falls. President Bashar al-Assad vows they'll be defeated despite little resistance from his forces.
Then why bother spending all that money and effort, instead just lie to me? Well, the thing is, you gotta do both. You have to do both. There has to be video, there has to be media of you doing it. And also, fascists are not rational, Art. Fascists have never been rational. They're all stupid and they don't know how to govern. So they'll say one thing, they'll do another thing, and then someone gets mad at them and then they do the other thing, and then they back out on it. Like, the thing with America and really like Trump, but also most of the European style fascism, is that they lie regularly, but then they also do the things even if they're lying about not doing the things, and then we'll benefit from the lie and not need to do the thing, but then still do the thing anyway. It is not about money or power. It's not even really about influence. It is about control. This is all of these different scenarios still lead back to wealthy people trying to gain more control over the systems that we exist in. Even in this case, even in the Syrian civil war, a totally like military conflicts based off of revolutionaries and religious extremists and different states backing different states, a lot of this still just comes from rich people. And Russian influence is a symptom and a cause. Most of the world's problems are directly tied to Russian influence. Now, that is a symptom of a larger problem, but it is also the cause of most of the current problems that we have. Both things can be true.
Forces. So what's next for Syria and the other countries involved in the war? This is Inside Story.
Okay, you can skip that now.
Hello there, I'm James Bays. They say a week is a long time in politics, but in Syria, events unimaginable just 7 days ago have been rapidly unfolding, or in terms of government control of swathes of territory, unravelling. Opposition forces have swept through largely unchallenged, taking over Aleppo, the country's second city, and are pushing ahead. With attention in the region focused on Gaza and Lebanon, Syria's frozen civil war had seemed dormant. No one predicted what was to happen, with questions now about just how firm President Bashar al-Assad's grip on power really is. They're underlined by the difficulties his key allies, Hezbollah, Iran and Russia, face elsewhere. So how has this happened and why now? What's the impact for Syria's people? And what will Iran, Russia, Turkey, Hezbollah and the US do next? All of them with forces active in the country. We'll speak to our panel of guests in a moment. But first, this report from Laura Khan.
A new front reignites after years of frozen conflict. Syrian government forces strike Idlib after an opposition offensive. Convoys of armoured vehicles entering an area west of the city of Hama, led by Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, or HTS, formerly linked to Al-Qaeda. The Syrian army denies its withdrawal from the area, but it appears to have offered little resistance.
It has definitely withdrawn from the area, just so you know.
To a lightning offensive on Aleppo earlier in the week. Syrian opposition forces revelled in their advance. By Friday, in the heart of the city, they chanted, Damascus, Hama and Homs will be next.
Our main goal was to expel the gangs that were in Aleppo, as they oppressed the people with extreme injustice and suffering.
But the opposition advance is a major setback to Bashar al-Assad's government. He took control of the city in 2016 and drove out opposition forces with the backing of Russia and Iran. They hadn't attacked the city again, until now. Although Assad controls 2/3 of Syria, much of the north has been carved up into areas under the control of different factions. The northeast is under the American-backed and Kurdish-led.
Israel has started bombing some of the Iranian factions in Syria, even more so now. I mean, they've been doing that for a little while, but just checking on like things that have changed while we've been covering this.
Syrian Democratic Forces. Idlib's considered a stronghold of HTS, while the Turkish-backed Syrian National Army holds an area in the north. Russia, Iran and the Lebanese fighting group Hezbollah have supported Assad's government for more than a decade with military assistance from the air and ground. But more recently, Hezbollah has been fighting a war with Israel and Russia in Ukraine, while Iran has been in conflict with Israel.
Hezbollah and Iran have played a key role in, and with the Russian support, to sustain the regime as it. The Turks saw a window of opportunity now to change this dysfunctional status quo that does not work for their own interests. Why is this? Turkey has been struggling with an influx of millions of Syrian refugees.
The new offensive means more insecurity for people caught up in the violence.
Quote, America's going to want to stay out of this. The trouble is it's going to come back to bite them because they depended on supporting the Kurds, says Joshua Landis, a Middle Eastern Studies professor at the University of Oklahoma, who anticipates wariness from the U.S. despite its longtime collaboration with the SDF, a Kurdish-led coalition, which does make sense. I do think that we are going to try and stay out of this because the U.S.'s relationship with Turkey is already kind of rocky. And the Kurds was always a big sore spot between that. But the U.S. alliance with the Kurds puts the country on a crash course with Turkey. This is also true because of some of Trump's cabinet picks. They really fucking hate Turkey. So realistically, America's reaction to this could result in Turkey entirely flipping further and further away from NATO and just essentially being full Assadist, which would bite us all in the ass. We need Turkey's cooperation here. Again, the last news item I have from Turkey is the foreign minister of Iran. Yes, here we go. Iran's foreign minister Araghchi arrives in Ankara to engage in discussions on bilateral relations. We need to be talking about this in a much more overt fashion of Turkey needs to stop killing the Kurds and work with the rebels. I know Turkey doesn't like the Kurds. I know that they, do terror. It's just, what if the Westerners just messed up? I mean, we messed up a while ago, but this is not just us messing up, This is also the East messing up. Syria is a interesting example, one of the very few, of something that you can't just blame on one party. It's everybody fucked up here. Now, how do we fix it? You engage, you cooperate. We need to pull the people that could help, the countries, states that are our allies, NATO members like Turkey, into the circle of actually work together rather than all of us on different sides. Why do you think this war got out of control the first time? Is because people who were on the same side were fighting mini proxy wars within their proxy wars with their allies who are fighting proxy wars with their enemies.
More than 7 million people have already been forced from their homes by a war.
No, you're fine. Your question was fine. Your English is fine. Don't worry about it.
And many are crowded into small pockets of land in northern Syria, living in unsanitary conditions. The latest fighting has forced thousands.
I'm not yelling at you when I yell, by the way. I get frustrated at the stupidity of the situation, the fact that not only are we in a situation where we could very easily, quickly bring some stability to a region that hasn't seen peace in more than a decade, and there is really no beneficial reason for us to, there's no reason for any of these groups to be fighting each other other than against Assad right now. And none of them are, except for Turkey, who's bombing the Kurds for no reason. It does not benefit them here. I know that they don't like them. I know they call them a terrorist organization. However, if they take Syria, it is beneficial for Turkey and Erdogan. It's nonsense, which is what makes me mad. The inability to work with people you don't like for things that benefit you and your country is insanity. It's stupidity. It is beyond anything that can be explained with rationale. It's not even a selfish action. Erdogan, as the president of Turkey, behaves in ways that benefit him personally. This is one of those things that would, but he's not. It benefits him, it benefits the country and the region.
To move.
I left with my children and family along with all these people because of the escalating attacks and shelling. We left and became displaced in this area, and hopefully we will go back home safely.
Many people are questioning how Assad's defences fell so quickly in Aleppo, and what that means for international backers of the different sides in Syria, and whether the latest offensive will lead to a wider escalation or force the warring forces back to the negotiating table. Laura Khan for Inside Story, Al Jazeera.
Hey, welcome, Cheeseburger Merv. Boromir Energy? Which guy?
Forces back, and whether in a
Which guy?
In wider escalation or force the warring forces back to the negotiating table.
All right.
Laura Khan for
here's exactly the bit that I'm worried about. The U.S. alliance with the Kurds puts the country on a crash course with Turkey, which views the ethnic group as a threat. Turkey considers groups like the Kurdish People's Protection Units, YPJ, as terrorists. Turkey is going to want the Americans to leave, and it's going to want to attack the Kurds. That's one of the major objectives in this. The rebels want to go to Damascus, but Turkey wants to go and get rid of the YPJ. So that's going to put America in the hot seat, and they're going to have to choose between Turkey and the Kurds. It's likely that President Trump, the new incoming president, will choose Turkey over the Kurds. I believe this is accurate because Trump is more pro-Russia, Tulsi Gabbard is pro-Assad, Turkey is acting currently on the pro-Russia side. It does look like the most likely outcome, not the best outcome, not even a good outcome, but the most likely outcome is, well, the Russians and the Iranians get to keep Assad. That's the most likely outcome. It's not another war, it's the same war that hasn't stopped yet. Assad could be pulling a Stalin and letting some land fall and then setting up a large defensive line to slaughter the rebels. It could be, but I don't think that it was, like, this came as a surprise to everybody. I don't think that they were prepared for that. Now, you could be right and it could just be a psyop from the very beginning, but how, I don't know. We'll see. If it's a psyop in the very beginning, how much land do you think they would need to take before it shows up? They've taken the capital, you know?
Inside Story, Al Jazeera.
Well, let's bring in our guests now on today's programme. In Cardiff, Ayman Jawad Al-Tamimi is Research Fellow at the Middle East Forum and a specialist on Islamic State and other non-state armed groups in Syria. In London, Fuad Saeed Issa is the founder of the Violet Aid Organisation, a refugee and youth-led humanitarian group working in northwestern Syria. And in Erbil, Iraq, Ranj Al-Aladin is a Fellow at the Middle East Council on Global Affairs.
Maybe, Fox. I do think that we'll see, because this could just end up with an Assad victory. It depends on what America does next. It also depends on what Europe does next and how quickly these guys can take the rest of the country. If they can do it quickly, great. Damascus has not fallen. No, they're still fighting. They're not at Damascus. Yeah, Damascus is way down here. They have made it a quarter of the way. Now, they made this much progress in 3 days. Within 3 days, they could be at Damascus. It depends on how organized the loyalists are. And we saw earlier, a lot of the Syrian army, the loyalists, the Assadist army, are leaving. They're falling back. They're running away. They're joining the rebels. They are deserting. Now, Russia is bombing the shit out of Syria right now. Israel is trying to bomb Iran and Syria. Iran hasn't done much here. Turkey is bombing in the north. The south has been pretty much untouched, except we do have groups that are controlled by the Mujahideen and groups backed by So this brown here shows us U.S. President Trump conservative far-right personalities. So these areas are controlled by groups that are pro-Russia, which is weird they're showing as green. I guess there's some fighting here. But this right here, this still exists. This is this Al-Sham? No, Al-Sham's up here. The darker No, sorry. The darker green is Hayat Al-Sham, and then down here we have Arar Al-Sham, which is a different group. Like, they're fighting to push south. There's people down here that might be fighting to push north. They could do this. It depends on how much of the rebel strength has been exerted. It seems like they're doing pretty good right now. I mean, based on what we've been seeing from news reports, they've been having a pretty easy time and haven't been getting too much pushback. So it's not like the rebels have suffered significant losses yet.
Yes, thank you. Welcome to all of you, and thank you for joining us on today's programme. Let me start with you, Ayman. I first reported from Syria more...
Here. After capturing Aleppo, Syrian rebels advanced south. There were conflicting reports on whether they reached the city of Hama. Bashar al-Assad went and spoke with the Iraqi Prime Minister and the Iranian Prime Minister and the Emirati counterpart. Syrian armed opposition announced an effort to expand safe areas and allow displaced civilians in the Idlib province to return to their homes and captured territories. The U.S. said it has nothing to do with this, but blamed Assad's reliance on Russia and Iran for the renewed violence. Russia claims that Syrian military killed 300 rebels with Russian air support over the last 24 hours. Interesting. Cool, as in like Russia themselves did, obviously not the Syrian military with Russia support. The Syrian military has been weakened to a point where it basically just is Russian military. Syrian defense, civil defense, also known as White Helmets, recorded 7 civilian deaths and 18 people injured during the government's strikes. Again, so the government killing their own people. Again, Arab League said it is anxiously watching. I mean, Assad just got back into it. They haven't gotten much further than that.
More than 30 years ago, and rarely have I seen events as startling as these. How surprised have you been?
Well, I was very surprised by what happened. And I think actually also, very importantly, also should be stressed, the...
Generally, you are correct, Art. That's the issue here is a quick advancement and a quick victory is the most likely good outcome here. The Syrian military. True. I mean, Hitler punched his panzers through Ardennes and reached the coast in a week and then had to stop due to disorganization, infantry not being able to keep up with the tanks. This is very true. We don't want it to go too fast, but again, the quicker this gets handled, if Assad falls within this week, next week, we might be okay. If it goes on longer than a month, this is going to cause significantly more problems. ISIS will grow in power. The SDF will split and start fighting with the FSA. The FSA will split into multiple groups, some of which are much more extreme. America gets involved on one side, yeah. Well, I hope so too, but it's been going on for more than a decade, so...
Were very surprised and taken by the very fact, I think, that the insurgents launched a major offensive. I think they've gotten used to the idea that basically the conflict would be frozen virtually indefinitely because of the Turkish-Russian understandings that were worked out in the ceasefire for the Northwest region in 2020. That's not to say, of course, they didn't have...
No, there's a lot of people saying that, but that's not true. It's not true. The Israelis are not behind the rebels. It's not exactly based either. Like, the rebels aren't good guys, but they're not the worst people in the region. I can't read Arabic, Unyan, but thank you. They may also need to halt due to overextension, which will give Assad time to consolidate. Well, so far, it doesn't seem like they've overextended. Actually, seems like they've gotten quite a lot of other groups in the region to work together. As we covered, there's a lot more cooperation than we saw in earlier periods of the war. There are groups that essentially hate each other working together right now. And so that leads to a lower degree of overextension. Also, they're not even that far. I mean, they've taken the capital. So this is now a staging area to go further south. They're almost at Hama. We don't know if they have Hama yet, but also the further south they go, the more they need to occupy. Yes, well, that's why they should go straight to Damascus and not worry about these regions over here with ISIS until we take out Assad first. You need Assad, then you move east and clear out the rest. Whereas the Kurds here can keep them busy if the FSA can make their way down to Damascus. If they push south, they can cut off Syria from the sea. This is also true. This is probably there's a main road too, so it's the easiest trip that they can make. Just move continuously down the main road, conquering as you go, which is what they've been doing pretty successfully, whereas the Kurds have been keeping the Eastern Front busy.
They might not have received. That's not to say they didn't necessarily receive any indication of an intention by the insurgents to launch the offensive, but it seems to me they just didn't take it seriously. And if they did receive such indications and they didn't make the proper preparations in fortifying the front lines and
it depends on how much support Assad has right now. Again, we don't know how much support Assad actually has from his domestic forces. Foreign aid-wise, sure, he has Turkey bombing the Kurds up in the north. He has Iran and Russia trying to figure out how they can help him, but he himself, his support in the country seems to be waning. There's a lot of reports of not only military, Syrian loyalist military, but also government officials infighting, as well as possibly shifting sides. You're correct in that could be, that would be the best way to answer this from Assad's end of it. It's a matter of whether or not he could pull together a force large enough to do so.
This rapid collapse that has happened as a result. It's a real break from the status quo of the past 5 years.
Let me ask Ranj then to pick up there. Why do you think the regime forces were caught so off guard?
Well, I think the context is particularly important in this.
It's not about speed running. It's about the fact that the Syrian forces keep retreating and are seeming to disintegrate into several other groups. They seem to be joining the rebels in some cases. There are government members that are not as sure about how things are going to go now. They're correct in that this took everyone by surprise. And if you're correct in that maybe this was originally all a psyop run by the Assad government, we'll see it play out in a day or two. We'll see it in a day or two if that's going to happen, but I don't think that's the case. First of all, I don't think that they're competent enough to organize this in that way. Secondly, I don't think that they have the support. If they had it a week ago, they don't now.
In this discussion. So the post-October 7 escalation has seen a severe degradation of the regime and its allies in Syria, the Iranians in particular. I wouldn't say this is so much a question of being prepared, but rather being occupied with other conflict theaters, other issues, but also maybe a degree of complacency. The Assad regime has enjoyed a normalization of its relations with the wider region, with the Arab world. That's been driven by several countries that once upon a time were on the opposing side of the spectrum. So that complacency, I think, is important in that respect. Secondly, there's been a degradation of...
What does, Fox? You need to stop comparing a leader to Stalin with a corrupt, weak loser like Assad. It hurts my eyes. I mean, to be fair, Stalin was also a corrupt and weak leader. So...
the regime's infrastructure, military infrastructure in the country.
And yes, Stalin is more evil than Assad. This is true. But the comparison also... the degree of which it's relevant here, I'm still on the fence of. The point you made sense to me, Art. I just don't think that that's how this is going to play out, and I don't think the setup for something like that to happen exists here. Well, weak as in a person, Fox, not as in a government. Of course, he was ruthless and absolute and a dictator. He was a fascist. But as a human, the fascist is not a strong human. To be a fascist, you must be weak. You must be a loser. That is how you become. Those are necessary components of fascism. Insecurity, weakness, loser energy. That's how you become a fascist.
The Iran-aligned forces and their own organizational capacity. That's largely in part to as a result of Israel's targeted assassination of key IRGC personnel within Syria itself. But ultimately, I think, once upon a time, this conflict was driven by the region, and the international element was secondary to that. Right now, what we're seeing as a consequence of that normalization, Assad's reintegration into the Arab world, is a limited appetite for a renewal of the so-called paused civil war. And I think a combination of those factors is ultimately...
I know you're joking, Cheeseburger Merv, but I do want to touch on that. People get really really, really antsy when you compare contemporary politics to historical figures, historical accounts, historical, like anything really, in that everyone tends to disagree on minor things and minute details that aren't exactly relevant to the point at large. You compare contemporary politics and politicians to historical figures and historical events, not as a one-to-one comparison, not as a direct parallel, but as a method of communicating similarities and possible ideological similarities in action, in hypothetical possibilities of how people might behave because of existing ideology. This does not necessarily mean a one-to-one comparison, but people do get a bit like upset about it in a regular format. Like, I mean, no matter who you're naming, no matter what the point is, people get upset about it.
Ultimately, what led perhaps to the regime being complacent. The Russians, most crucially, are occupied in Ukraine, but that doesn't mean there won't be a pushback over the coming hours and days. The pushback has actually started already. So what we're going to see is perhaps a war of a renewed conflict.
Well, also don't forget Stalin also rewrote history quite a lot. I mean, the point of Stalinism is really just a rewrite of Lenin theory with like the additions of Trotsky in there. Like Stalin is the worst of the group. Actually, no, I think Trotsky might be a bit more evil than Stalin. Stalin was more evil in practice, but Trotsky was, he was a snake. But it was a rewriting of history that he needed to functionally exist for him to stay in power, and the way he went about doing that was, as Lord Fluffy Art explained, literally shoot people until you have a cult of personality. Throw you in the gulag, whatever it is you need to do. The pissing competitions we play with them is kind of cringe. I agree. I don't like, when I make a comparison to somebody and I say like, oh, this person's Adolf Hitler, right? Most of the time, I'm being at least a little hyperbolic, but the point there isn't to say this man is, this person is a German Nazi from, 1940. It means they are a fascist with expansionist genocidal ideology. That is what I mean when I say this. There are parallels and there are comparisons. These are different. The shootings will continue until the morale improves. Yeah, essentially, yeah.
I believe just as ISIS was
also, welcome back, Bulletproof Bullet. Good to see you.
In the wake of its offensive, its lightning offensive in 2014 by the Iraqi state and its international allies, we're going to see a blunting of this remarkable rebel advance.
Okay, a lot to unpack there. We will as we go through the programme, but it's not just about these forces, it's about the people, Fuad. You're the humanitarian on this panel. What reports are you getting about how people are coping?
Too much going down. Too much. Too much. Because it looks better without them, so you remove them? What?
People are being displaced. How bad is the situation?
Yeah, thank you so much. In the beginning, I want to say that it was a real shock for us also as a humanitarian teams working in the area. And we weren't like ready to do this, big emergency response. But from the day one, the people were asking for the help because around 5 million people were stuck in their houses in Aleppo city for some days. And then our teams joined yesterday morning with...
No, I'm saying Stalin is weak because to be a fascist, you must be weak as a person. You must be, like, every single fascist is weak morally, weak in that they are insecure, in that they are a loser, in that they have no ability to be happy. They're miserable little shits is what they are. That's what I mean when I say Stalin was weak. Obviously, he was a strong fascistic ruler, but as a person, he was a little baby.
Other emergencies team to
little baby
city
bitch
to
boy.
try to provide the immediate needs, the bread, food, and water for the people, as well as also our first responders and the first aiders were working in the hospitals because Aleppo has lost the most of the medical workers. And
I'm going to ban you for that cheeseburger, Merv. I'm kidding, but like I should.
Aiders.
I really should.
We were able to work with the other organizations and White Helmets and other to respond for the attacks happening on the city from yesterday. many attacks happen.
Your point is correct, Lord Fluffy Art. It's the pockmark is just an example. There's many examples of this, and honestly, every single fascist is like this. He was a strong fascistic ruler with a total grip on the Soviet Union. Nobody disagrees with this. Fox, none of us have disagreed. We're saying as a human being, he's weak because he is insecure and a loser, not weak in his ability to control the country. As a ruler, he was a strong fascist. As a person, he was a miserable, weak loser. You can be both. See the nuance in it. No, Stalin was not based at all.
From the Russian and Syrian aircraft on the city of Aleppo, and we have like many reports on the people had dead and also injured people. But the situation is, I mean, the security situation is not stable yet. We are trying to also follow and track the displacement happening from Aleppo, but it's still not a big numbers. But if in our experience, if these attacks continue,
in charge.
Lord Fluffy Art, I wouldn't find Trotsky attractive if I did find men attractive, because Trotsky is a snake. I thought he was Stalin was the worst of them. Lenin had some good ideas, right? Lenin had some good ideas, then gained power, got corrupted by said power because they went with market socialism, and the existence of capital will lead you to be corrupted regardless. You can't have capital and socialism. Lenin was the good one, except he wasn't that good. He started off good, then he became slightly less good. Then Trotsky started helping him kill all the anarchists, and then Stalin rewrote all of history with the help of Trotsky afterward to make him, based ruler, whatever. They were all fucked, all right? I understand trying to deconstruct bad people into being insecure is popular. It's not necessarily even just popular. It's true. To be a fascist, to be a Nazi even, these far-right belief systems, they come from internal insecurity. They come from reactionary thinking. To be a fascist or a Nazi, you have to hate somebody. To hate somebody, you need to have an emotional, visceral reaction. It is reactionary thinking. Reactionary thinking comes from a lack of critical thinking and introspection, which is associated with conservatives. Conservatives often have a lesser ability to do critical thinking and introspection. They're also generally less intelligent. A higher degree of a disgust response, a higher degree of a fear response, correlates with lower degrees of intelligence and also correlates with higher degrees of conservatism. Now, to go the furthest you can go to the right, you have to be a miserable little shit that's insecure and essentially, to be a Nazi, you have to be a misogynist. To be a fascist, you don't have to hate women, but you probably do. Every single one of the fascists are weak, are terrified of being seen for who they truly are. They're insecure, they're miserable, and they're losers. You only really believe that Trotsky is a snake because of Stalinist propaganda? No, I think Trotsky is a snake because he helped Lenin betray the fucking anarchists. Trotsky is like the devil in this case. Trotsky is part of the reason Lenin went bad. Trotsky was just an apologist for Lenin going bad. Populism built on fear and a group of people blaming them for everything bad happening. That is literally fascism. Yeah, Martinus, that's how they develop. That is how this system comes about. Every single one of them. And so when we're talking about Stalin, when we're talking about Assad, we're talking about Hitler, Trump, it doesn't matter. All of them fall into the category of they are insecure and they don't know how to do critical thinking, nor are they able to do any introspection. So they react based on input. They get a feeling and then they react to that feeling. Every single one of them. It's that simple. It's really just that simple.
Of parts across the north, with Hayat Tahrir al-Sham dominating Idlib province in the northwest. The Syrian Democratic Forces, or SDF, made up of mainly YPG Kurdish fighters and backed by the US, control much of northeastern Syria, including Raqqa, Hasaka and parts of Deir ez-Zor. This area is home to significant oil reserves. Turkey.
Well, that's because once fascism becomes a system that people are not only living in, but are comfortable existing in their minds, not physically comfortable, but they can relate to the world and understand, they tend to go and become a cult member. Why do I have the Catalyst for Change title? It's because you subbed. I'm giving that to people who sub to the channel. Those names and like roles that I have are gonna change once I have my own domain open, because the sub tiers will just be directly tied to that instead of at the moment just whatever I think. But it's because you were a sub and I gave it to you because I don't know, you come into the chat all the time, so I figured Catalyst for Change. Who you think was the biggest baby in history? That's a difficult question to answer. There's quite a lot of them. Because this description of a fascist is not just modern. This goes all the way back. Kings were like this. Monarchy even tends to fall into this insecure need for control because of fear of being not accepted, a fear of not being liked, a desire for applause. Now, not every monarch is exactly that, but fascism specifically ties into this. Also, I don't think communism has ever existed, Martinus. I don't. The Soviet Union was not communist, neither is the CCP. Socialism hasn't even really properly existed. The only form of socialism that's ever been tried is market socialism, which does not work. I'm a socialist. I'm just like a different kind of socialist. When we learn about the Carnation Revolution at some point, when we, like today was supposed to be me talking about different political systems and us going over all of them on Wikipedia, but then this fucking shit happened. The Syrian war, obviously. But there are forms of... China is a socialist market economy. Yes, this is true. Market socialism does not work. Market socialism leads to fascism. I want non-market socialism. I want no free market at all, period. Instantly. You can't have the transition period. I'd argue that Stalin's paranoia rose from his insecurity about wanting to get rid of people wanting to get rid of him. Probably, at least partially. Are we ever going to get back to Syria, or are we full USSR posting today? I mean, we can do either. It's up to you. If y'all don't care about Syria, we'll just argue about Stalin for a second. No, I'm kidding. We're going back to Syria. This is important. It's the last video I have open on it. But you have to understand, right? Peter III literally used his guards as toys. Fascists are insane and don't know how to govern. Every single one of them.
Conducted 3 major incursions into northern Syria between 2016 and 2019 to create what's called a safe zone along its southern border. It wants the Kurdish-dominated SDF forces to leave Tal Rifat and Manbij and move east of the Euphrates. So
again, like, why are they so focused? I mean, I know why they're focused on the Kurds, but this does not benefit Turkey. I really do think that the most likely outcome here is that Assad gets to stay in power. I feel like America is going to chime in. Now, obviously, we're not ruled by the people that are pro-Russia just yet, and so far the messages that we've put out have been definitely pro-rebellion here, but
bringing you up to date there on
we're not
what
doing
the
anything to help them.
But of course, it's moving very, very rapidly, Ayman. Maybe I can ask you first to focus in on Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. Exactly who is this group? It was part of Al-Qaeda. What is the group? What are the characteristics of this group? And who else is in...
Well, that's the thing, Art. If they wanted to get rid of the refugees who are Syrian, ending the war means the Syrian refugees can go home. There's 3.6 million Syrian refugees in Turkey. The Turks complain about them constantly, but they guess they hate the Kurds more? Is Turkey going to flatten Assad? No. Turkey is flattening the Kurds who are working... Okay, you're late, so let me put this up again. Yellow, Kurdish forces. Green, rebellious forces. Red, Assad. Black, ISIS. Turkey is bombing the Kurds. The Kurds are working with the rebellion. Rebellion has taken Aleppo and is moving south towards Damascus. In fact, they are in Hama, as it's unconfirmed that they've taken control of Hama, but whatever. Turkey should be working with these rebels, because the quicker they get Assad out means the quicker this becomes a stable place that the people can go home to. Right now, there's plenty of people that are returning to their homes because they've been liberated, in Aleppo. People are going back to Aleppo that are from there. If Turkey was intelligent, they would do this. However, Turkey is lining up with the Russian narrative because Turkey is thinking about the future and that America is going to be pro-Russia. And if Turkey goes anti-Russia, then Turkey will have to stick with NATO when the EU fucking starts a war with Russia. It's interesting. And judging by the green, rebels are the good guys. Yes, yes they are. Here, look at the key. We got red, Assad, Syria, NDF, Russia, IRGC, Hezbollah, other Shia groups from Iraq, Iran, and Lebanon. We got blue, as in this color blue, the light blue, is U.S. International Coalition, NATO, Israel. We got dark brown down here for U.S., but bad U.S., the Trumpy U.S. We got different green for the rebels. So we got the dark green for FSA up here, and we got light green for Al-Sham down here. Well, Turkey behaves in a way that benefits Turkey. And for the longest time, like you could see, this region held by Turkey was a place to deport these immigrants to. But the greater issue is not only the Kurds taking this area, but the Kurds want to take part of Turkey, Rojava. And Turkey does not want that. Turkey also claims that the PKK and the SDF and the YPJ, these are terrorist organizations. And they're also America-backed organizations. So that complicates things in the region. That's what's complicated a long time ago. So that was the proposed security zone by Erdogan. But it's a clusterfuck. Turks usually want to fuck over Syrian, Persians. No, see, Turks just really want to fuck over the Kurds. They just don't want to lose part of Turkey to Kurdistan. Does that mean that even if they remove Assad, they'll throw down afterwards, though? Well, if they remove Assad quickly, I was talking about this earlier. This happened, like this rush through Aleppo happened very quickly. If they manage to, like, let's go back to November 20th, right? November 20th, the rebels were pretty much just all in Idlib. They were stuck here. Within 5 days, they were getting bombed. Turkey was bombing them, and the Syria and the Kurds over there. Turkey was helping Assad bomb the rebels on November 25th. Then we get to November 27th, and we start seeing the rebels start to make movement. November 28th, they are right outside the doors of the city walls of Aleppo. 29th as well. 30th, they're in Aleppo. And then, yes, just yesterday and today, they've now not only taken Aleppo, they've taken some of the east, and they've managed to go far down to Hama. They've made massive gains. If they finish this quickly, then these two groups will not kill each other. They have been working pretty cooperatively. There's a lot coming out about willingness to cooperate. But if this drags out, ISIS gets stronger, other countries start fucking up things in the middle, Israel starts doing more. This can get very complicated very quickly. We want it to end as quickly as possible. US backs them because it's convenient. At the end of the day, the Kurds will always be labeled as a terrorist group. Could be that Turkey sees Assad as a safer partner since they're also fat. Well, yes, Turkey does see Assad as a safer partner, not only because they're like both fascists, but because they're both like playing both sides between the West and Russia. Well, not both. Sorry. Syria is a Russian asset. Turkey is playing both sides with Syria and West-Russia relations. Didn't Aleppo get absolutely smoked during ISIS? Yes, they did. Well, of course, there's the alignment against Israel, but Turkey's cries loud at crocodile tears. Its actions are different from its rhetoric. So you're correct, absolutely correct. Its rhetoric is different from its actions. My point is that its actions aren't beneficial to it. This is stupid. The idea here, the idea of what I imagine is going on in the Turkish government's mind is that they need to stay on good terms with Russia because, again, like the US is going to be on a more Russian front. And the US is going to continue to support the Kurds, which is going to cause some issues between them and Turkey. Marco Rubio fucking hates Turkey. He's the Secretary of State. There's a lot of pressure on here. Now, Turkey is the worst ally we have in NATO. They're the ones that we send to negotiate with Russia because we trust them the least, and they're closer with both sides that they can actually negotiate because they're kind of friendly. But also, you have to remember, Turkey is not a pushover. Turkey shot down a Russian jet over Syria not that long ago, and it's a member of NATO. Here. like, Turkey is not just a pushover, and Turkey will not necessarily behave in the way you think they will. They literally shot down a Russian jet. So, the BRICS economic movement is seismic. I'm hoping this means a big change in Turkey. Well, Trump just said they'll put 100% tariffs on any BRICS country, so we'll see how that works. Armenia's not joining this war. Armenia's at war with Azerbaijan right now. Well, they're not at war there, but they're... Are they still at war? Did Azerbaijan stop? Or not? Hold on. Azerbaijan. I know that there's like a push for more war, but are they currently fighting? Is the question. In Nagorno-Karabakh. Yes, they are still fighting in Nagorno-Karabakh. Good to know. Love that. Turkey is also allegedly pushing for this due to Erdogan being a neo-Ottoman nationalist. Yeah, but you can't necessarily... That's a weird thing to point at because it's just rhetoric that they'll shift based on however they feel. Yes, that is true of Erdogan, but that's not what defines his actions. I mean, look, just even in July, Turkey was talking about meeting with Erdogan for the first time in a decade. There was a normalizing of relations. Assad and Erdogan were going to meet for the first time in a decade. Assad's back in the Arab League. There was normalizing of relations, and Turkey is definitely trying to play both sides with the West and the Russia conflict. That's the Cold War. BRICS is far more powerful. Turkey understands that. I disagree that BRICS is that powerful. BRICS is very unorganized right now, and most of BRICS are American allies, and America is threatening BRICS pretty hard. Like, again, don't believe Trump with anything he says, but he's threatening BRICS. He's threatening 100% tariffs on BRICS, and most of BRICS are currently American allies. So America does have the economic muscle to bully through tariffs. It's just I don't think that they will. I don't think that they will, but they do have it in them. Anyway, let's continue on with actually. You guys watch this for a second. I'm gonna go pee, and then I think we might be okay with switching gears a little bit. I think we've got a decent amount of Actually, hold on. No, there is a couple more things about Syria that I have to bring up. Just give me a second. They are great friends, but India is also a U.S. ally, and China's economy is so intertwined with the United States, and also China owns Russia, and Russia owns America right now, but also not the rest of the world. Brazil is a huge economy. Iran is definitely not a huge, powerful economy, not with their incoming war as well. But China and India, I would be willing to bet are not going to jump over to the BRICS side unless there's an absolute guarantee. Like, no doubt guarantee. Oh my god, he's there, buddy. Hi. You wanna come say hi? Yeah. And say hi, buddy. You don't like the war either, do you? Yeah. Franklin Delano Roosevelt does not like the war, does not like BRICS, does not like Russia. All the BRICS countries will be holding massive USD reserves, but you're not going to see that the way going the other way. Well, we might even see if the USD even means anything. Remember, we've talked about the possibility of them just fucking us with crypto. Not that I still don't know for sure. I think that it's too hard for them to do, but it is certainly possible and it could happen. Turkey was the only question mark for me. And hold on. Oh shit, got a lot of chat to read up. Okay. Well, is it the same great unifier? Well, there is a great unifier in a sense of purpose. Throw in the global south and the yeah, I do agree with that, and I do think that that is a possibility, but we'll see. I don't think that the end of the global petrodollar is what's coming. I think the global petrodollar might get more powerful, if anything. Modi is also a fascist and a massive Trump ally. Most Hindu Indians voted for... Yep, this is true. This is very, very true. India is definitely more on Trump's side right now. Trump went to India and got like a massive, massive welcome by Modi and a like state ceremony. And the end of U.S. supremacy... I watched Kexon in detail. It's amazing. I don't think that that's where this is going. I'm sorry. I don't think that's where this is going. But what you tell me regarding Syria is encouraging, though. I see them following Saudi, OPEC plus Nigeria in as well. I don't think so. I think you misunderstand the way that I think this is going. I don't think that's worth anything, honestly. Every country will be self-serving. It's how it works. Yeah, I don't put any thought into BRICS being anything important right now. India has shifted towards the US, further away from BRICS, not closer to it. And just, you can have hope for it. And I do think that your idea of the end of the global petrodollar is a good idea. I don't think that's going to happen. I think if anything, we're going to end up in a worse situation because of a lot of the internal factors. Now, before we just finish off with Syria, I just want to throw this in here. So, big elephant in the room needs to be addressed. Turkey. Well, we see many Turkish-backed units, SNA, especially east of Aleppo, operating and taking position. It's clear that even the events by rebels, HTS and others in this sector west of Aleppo, have been tactically accepted by Ankara. In order to understand this, we have to look back to when Turkey made a deal with Russia and Iran, the so-called Astana deal, which basically was a division of Syria into a sphere of influences in keeping Assad on the throne, which in and of itself was already a hard pill for Turkey to swallow, because Turkey doesn't actually like Assad, because Turkey is Sunni and they're Shia and Iran allies, and Turkey doesn't like Iran, all of this. But faced with limited choices, Turkey agreed, and its Syrian allies were promised a piece of land. This, however, was shortly later violated by Russia. Iranian Assad forces, with the help of Russian Air Force, took vast areas around Aleppo and even Idlib. President Erdogan was betrayed by Putin. While we shouldn't be surprised that Putin does not give much on agreements, it was a new experience for Erdogan. He had bought Russian S-400 air defense systems just before this. This put Turkey in a bad position with NATO and with the US immediately following. Russia then tried to strong-arm Turkey into accepting the new reality that Assad is going to stay, which, by the way, led to Turkey creating a bit of a problem for Russia when it came to the Ukraine war, not letting ships pass through Turkish waters, which is the only way to get in and out of the Baltic? Baltic? Yeah, it's the Baltic. I'm an idiot, right? Yeah, from the Black Sea, not the Baltic. Jesus Christ. Brain is fried. So, but Russia's ventures into Ukraine proved to be more costly. In order to keep supplies from the West afloat, Turkey became the main conduit, both politically and economically, for both Russia and for much of the Middle East. Russians go to Turkey for vacation right now. Like, that's all they kind of have. Their economy is so closely tied to China, North Korea, and Turkey. Wait. Whoa. I'm frozen. L? Is stream still going? L or not? No. Okay, cool. We're still going. I don't know why I'm frozen. You can see me? Okay, cool. My like view of the camera is entirely frozen. Okay, well, let me unplug the camera real quick. Sorry. No? Fuck, it's still not working. Okay, 1 second. God damn it. All right, give me a second. It's plugged in. Let it turn back on. Aha, we're back. I fixed it. Yeah, no, they took me. It was actually Tulsi Gabbard, because you know she's a director of national security, national intelligence. She took me down for talking shit about Assad. God damn it, Tulsi, you're not even in power yet, and you're already messing with me and my politics. It's rude. It's really rude. It's just it's not how you should be behaving. Peekaboo. Oh my god, you guys can actually see me now, so that makes sense. Hold up. Gotta take some ibuprofen. Okay. Anyway, basically, Russia fucked over Turkey, but also Turkey is very economically benefited by Russia's dependence on them. But Russia's dependence on Turkey is now shifting as Russia. I have fibromyalgia, so like I'm always in pain. Shoulder and neck are usually the worst parts. I sit in a chair all day too, so that doesn't tend to help. How is Bretton Woods over? I don't know. So essentially, the point here is that Turkey is in a very strong position. Like, we don't need to read all of this, but to understand, Turkey is in a position where the decision it makes could benefit the country massively, but it's not going to make that decision. It's going to make the opposite decision. That's okay, Lord Fulfiard. It's a chronic illness. You learn to live with it. Yeah. All right, so that's it on Syria. Let's take a look at some other horrible things that are happening in the world. Like, for example, all right, that's enough Syria for today. We'll get back to it another time. Too much. Let's go to Israel. We are heartbroken to share that a vehicle carrying World Central Kitchen colleagues was hit by an Israeli airstrike in Gaza today. Banned, yep, straight up. Banned from economic streams. You? I mean, depends on your economics. So, yeah, they're still bombing Gaza, and they're still bombing aid workers in Gaza. So, remember that. Oh, also remember that even though they agreed to a ceasefire with Lebanon, they're still bombing Lebanon as well. You can't forget about this. But, I mean, how much news do we really have on the subject? It's Israel being Israel. But, do have this. This is fucked up. This is a 14-year-old kid in Israel who's about to serve 1-year prison sentence. Oh, practically targeting children. Well, yeah, that's true. Sorry, I thought that was going the other way here, but... Yo, having a fucked neck sucks. Get resistance bands. These things, they help. You can put them behind your head and you just pull back and pull forward. It's a good neck stretch. You do a lot with resistance bands. USA, like, economic academics that you're hearing talk right now are not real, like, academics or economists or anything. The people that you're gonna hear coming out of US media, you could just pretty much ignore from now on. You can assume that every third word is a lie. I don't even know what Kazan is. Okay, here, let me look it up. Let's find out what Kazan is while we look at this 14-year-old going to prison.
وأصدقائك وأحبابك كل أسير معك جوا هذا أخوك.
It's a factory. What do you want me to do with this, Monsieur Balls? Like, what do I care about the economy of Kazan? Why should I care about this at all? Just explain to me why this matters in any way, shape, or form to what we're talking about or to the current, like, economic climate. Just explain to me. I'm curious. We're in the middle of something else and you're making a claim on an entirely unrelated subject, so I kind of want to know. This is production. Cool. Okay. It's a factory in Russia that produces things. Okay, so then you're not going to explain. Okay, bye. Fine. If you don't want me to know about it, then go. I
هدول
don't care.
كلهم زيك انحبسوا على حب الوطن جوا بتكونوا ايد واحدة تتقاتلوش مع بعض بتديروا بالكم على بعض إذا
It's
صاحبك
so funny to me that these fucking people come in here and they think that I should look up what they're like interested in, their little like special interest, but will give me no reason to do so and will not explain further when I ask why. If you want to talk about that, start your own fucking stream. If you want me to talk about something, sure, I'm happy to. Send me it. But you have to have a reason as to why I care. This is a 14-year-old going to prison, getting advice from his father, by the way, on how to survive in prison. Not that, like, you know, you're paying attention, Monsieur Balls. I feel like this is maybe just a little bit more important than the economy of a factory in Russia.
اخوانك واصدقائك واحبابك كل اسير معك جوا هذا اخوك هدول كلهم زيك انحبسوا على حب الوطن جوا بتكونوا ايد واحدة
They want and they don't give. Have you liked the stream? Have you done anything for the streamer? Why should I do something for, like, obviously I'm joking, Oxpecker, but like they do, they really do. They come in here and they just demand.
تتقاتلوش مع بعض بتديروا بالكم على بعض إذا صاحبك هذا ناقصه إشي بتعطيه أنت ناقصك إشي بتطلب من صاحبك عدوك الوحيد جوا اللي هو السجان اللي بيفتح باب السجن وبسكره كل أسير زيك هذا أخوك.
This is a 14-year-old getting this advice. Like, how to read the words, guys? It's fucking depressing. The one who locks the prison door. Every prisoner like you is your brother. You lay down your life for him. If there's a problem between him and the jailer or anything else, don't fear for yourself, fear for your friend.
فهمت؟ وبدي أركن عليك. أنا جبت لك كل القواعد كل إشي بلزمك. شو بدخلوه واللي بدخلوش بيطلعوه. الوضع وضع حرب راح مش.
This kid's going to prison. Why, by the way? Because he threw rocks at an Israeli tank. I think it was just half-assed U.S. doomerism, pro-BRICS economic nonsense. Yeah, bulletproof bullet, we're gonna get a lot of that. Most of those are probably just like a guy sitting in an office in St. Petersburg anyway. And thank you for liking the stream, Fox. I do appreciate that. It does actually help. All right, I think we can jump to America for a little bit. I got some infuriating news from America to go over. I really did think Syria would take a lot longer, but we didn't read all of the Wikipedia pages for all these different groups just because I want to give it another day or two to see how things play out. I am pro-Kurds. I like the Kurds. I wish Turkey would stop bombing the Kurds and would help the Kurds get rid of Assad. That's my thoughts on the Kurds. By the way, I am Turkish and was born in Turkey, so do with that what you will. So, Democrats never fucking learn. Now, we've talked about this at length, by the way, but I need to really underpin how little these people learn. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, in a conversation with Liz Cheney this week, said a set of Democrat losses. I came across something that Churchill said, success is not final, fatal is not fatal. Success is not final, failure is not fatal. Let's see what Hakeem Jeffries has to say.
I came across something that Churchill said, and I would suggest to all of us at this moment something for us to lean into as well. Success is not final, failure is not fatal. All that matters is the courage to continue. Important for us to have the courage at this moment to continue. I've put it a different way. A knockdown is different from a knockout. That's the Hakeem Jeffries remix, y'all.
The Hakeem Jeffries remix is We Don't Learn Anything. Why the fuck are you still talking with Liz Cheney? Why? You worked with Cheney because, what, you wanted to win Republican support for the election. The election's over. We lost. Why are you still talking with Liz Cheney? I'm supporting the Kurds into this damn Russia versus NATO Israel. Well, I mean, fuck Russia. Fuck Israel. Fuck NATO too, really. But, like, NATO is the least bad of those at the moment. And also, like, the Kurds did nothing wrong here. The Kurds have been pretty useful. Obviously, a lot of these people are extremists. Most of these people are insane. But like, it's not it's not them that's the problem, really. They're a symptom of the greater problem. I thought I liked Hakeem Jeffries. So did I, until, you know, I realized that he's a Democrat like all the other ones. It's infuriating. You know what the Hakeem Jeffries remix leads to? You guys want to hear it again? Let's just see what this leads to.
From a knockout. To continue, I've put it a different way. A knockdown is different from a knockout.
You're knocked down?
That's the Hakeem Jeffries remix, y'all.
Leads to this.
And if they don't want to help, instead decide don't help, fine, don't help. But don't get in our way. And I've said this for the past week over and over again. Do not harbor and conceal an illegal alien, knowingly harbor and conceal an illegal alien from us, because it's a crime. Don't impede us because...
Hey, anyone thinking of Anne Frank when they're hearing this? Remember when I told you, by the way, that you should make friends with your neighbors so that, you know, you can harbor you for safety if you're illegal immigrant, if you're trans, if you're an in-danger group, you want to make friends so you can hide from the jackboots? Well...
For the past week over and over again, do not harbor and conceal an illegal alien, knowingly harbor and conceal an illegal alien from us, because it's a crime. Don't impede us because it's a crime. Don't obstruct because it's a crime. If you want to
we will arrest you for trying to stop us from harming people. Like, literally, it's just Nazi shit. This is literally just Nazi shit, and that's what you're working with Liz Cheney and your Hakeem Jeffries remix of, oh, well, it's okay, we're not down, we're not out, we can just try again. Shut the fuck up. That's not how this works. BRICS is far away from being a challenge to the U.S. economy. They mostly rely on heavily selling natural resources and cheap labor. Also, none of the BRICS countries is more democratic than the U.S. Yeah, literally true. The only BRICS country that, like, is even good is Brazil because of Lula. That's it. That's it. Who wants China, Russia, North Korea making a super state? That would be a nightmare. I mean, I'd rather, like, work with China than Russia. I would literally be okay with China annexing half of Russia if it meant that Russia stops being a problem for the rest of us. North Korea are insane, but that's a whole other story. And North Korea is going to win over South Korea. They're going to unify into one Korea sooner rather than later. South Korea is insane because they're just not fucking. They're literally doing terrorism, physical violence in the street because they hate women that much. North Korea is going to unite the Koreas, unfortunately. Meanwhile, in the US, a bill to abolish the Department of Education and for other purposes. The other purposes being, I don't know, but S5384, we can have a look into the bill. Actually, let's see what these other purposes are. S.5384. In 7 months, it'll be Marines versus cartels or proxy. Yeah, literally, like, we're probably going to invade Mexico, although we might not. Like, there's a really good chance that we're just going to say we did a bunch of shit and not do it. As we went over earlier, Donald Trump said we were going to put 25% tariffs on Mexico and, you know, Canada. Then got off the phone with the president of Mexico and said, oh yeah, Mexico said that they'll do everything I asked and there's no need for the tariffs. And then the president of Mexico says, no, that's not what we said. They're just going to pretend. What if they realistically, what if they just like deport, I don't know, like 50 people and then just hang like a big mission accomplished banner like Bush did after the Iraq War? They could literally just pretend. It's not like their voters are smart enough to tell the difference. It's not like they need to know the truth. It's not like they know the truth anyway. Invading Mexico would be a huge mistake. I agree. Didn't they need the money that goes into education to siphon for another bad thing? No, they were siphoning the money out of education from public education to private education. That's what they were doing. Senator Mike Rounds, Republican from South Dakota. I want to see the full bill. It says other purposes. What are these other purposes? He twice referred to the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions. Ah, there we go. That's the other purposes. Cut education, health, labor, and pensions. There you go. That's what working with Liz Cheney got us. Abolish Department of Education and other purposes. Referred to the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions. They hate you. They really, really fucking hate you. Speaking of how much they hate you, here's our new FBI director.
Hello, everybody. I'm Lisa Booth, along with Julia Banderas, Charlie Hurt, and Dr. Mark Siegel, and this is the Big Weekend Show. We begin tonight.
Fuck these motherfuckers is the correct answer.
With a Fox News alert. President-elect Donald Trump
Me
has
too.
just nominated Kash Patel for director of the FBI. Trump made the announcement on Truth Social just moments ago. During Trump's first term, Patel served as the chief of staff at the Department of Defense. So, Charlie,
There's a journalist named Jim Stewartson, I believe. Kash Patel, this guy, the FBI director, is suing this journalist for $10 million, saying that the journalist defamed him by saying that he worked with QAnon, when there's like evidence of Kash Patel not only working with QAnon, but knowing QAnon. By the way, QAnon, if you didn't know, is actually Michael Flynn.
long ago, Donald Trump said that Kash's new book, talking about how he's going to completely eradicate the deep state and also...
They're not releasing any files for anybody. Not anybody that harms them. Literally, the Republicans are full Epstein party. The Dems are shit, but you should still vote for them federally. I've talked about this. There is a growing sentiment, not federally, not in like midterms, not in full election years, but in your local state legislature elections, the Democratic Socialists of America are picking up quite a lot of seats and are very good at what they do. So not in the again, don't like vote third party when it's a federal election, but in your state legislature, if you have a DSA candidate, they're probably quite good. Go join. Go to your local DSA meeting. Again, I've told you, if you want to change the world, the country, if you want to make things better, you have to do it yourself. Change comes from the bottom up. Positive change, positive lasting change, only ever comes from the bottom up, never from the top down. And welcome, Super Newbie. All right, well, you say it's nice here, but you're not going to you vote Dem federally, vote DSA state. What are you fucking talking about? Are you calling me a Yank? What are you, English? Are you one of those monarchist British people, Harry Boo? I'm really curious. Do you want the king to come take you back and save you? You think a big strong man is gonna come help you? What do you think you should? What do you think is the correct answer, Harry Boudini? If it's not voting, yeah, idiots. Shut the fuck up, you Russian bot.
Firings at the top ranks of the FBI would sort of be the blueprint for what he would want to do in his new administration. I mean, the deep state.
No, I don't, because the way that Trump would do that is by giving Ukraine to Russia. I would not support that. No. The only so far option to end the Ukraine war that I'm even remotely okay with is what Zelensky put forward yesterday that they're going to say no to, which is a version of Trump's plan. Trump's plan was, we end the war, the battle lines are drawn where they are, demilitarized zone, Ukraine can't join NATO, Russia gets to keep its gains. That's a fuck no. Fuck that shit. Secondly, now the idea from Zelensky is, okay, we'll let Russia take their gains, but we want NATO. I'm okay with that. Russia can take their gains and the war, Ukraine goes to NATO, I'll be fine with that one. Judging by how destabilizing Trump's first term was, I can't see him doing anything positive. The only way I can see him doing something positive, bulletproof bullet, is by accident. Literally, like Russian agents in the national security agencies, FBI, CIA, NSA, all of them are Russian assets. We had a pedophile that they put forward for AG that's now been replaced with a fucking Scientologist. We have a rapist, Islamophobe, like Christian nationalist extremist as the guy in front of the defense agency. Yeah, I agree, Super Newbie, although I think it'd be easier if we just sent in like 6 guys from the CIA. We can just take out the entire Kremlin in an hour. I'm telling you guys, like we're lazy as America now. We used to be able to just coup a country like this. When's the last time we couped a country? Now, am I in favor of coupping South American like socialists as America? No, fuck no. But would I be in favor of us doing exactly that to Israel and to Russia? Absolutely. Could we do it? Yes. We're America.
State needs cleaning. The Department
We're just
of Justice
bought
and the
by them
FBI
now.
also needs some firings and some reform as well. So what do you think he'd be able to accomplish as FBI director?
Yeah, well, obviously Kash Patel has a unique observation and history with the FBI. He has been on all sides of the FBI. He, working for Devin Nunes in Congress, of course, had oversight of the FBI.
You're correct, by the way. I still have to say that.
Difficult for them, but that was, of course, before he realized just how corrupt the FBI is. He's also been a target of the FBI.
Yeah, so Fox News, obviously, but I just want you to really quickly hear him talk about the FBI in his own words, our new FBI director.
Well, speaking of his intentions for the FBI, Kash Patel told us what he wants to do on day one. Let's listen.
I'd shut down the FBI Hoover building on day one and reopening the next day as a museum of the deep state. And I'd take the 7,000 employees that work in that building and send them across America to chase down criminals. Go be cops.
We're going to come after the people in the media who lied about American citizens, who helped Joe Biden rig presidential elections. We're going to come after you. Whether it's criminally or civilly, we'll figure that out. But yeah, we're putting you all on notice.
This job requires...
As in, we're going to come arrest any political dissident. Literally Hitler shit. And Russia is increasing its control over Orthodox Christians in the Baltics. Russia is increasing its control over everyone, everywhere. Russia is the largest exporter of right-wing Christian nationalist and Nazi sentiment in the world after the United States. Personally, I thought how Trump handled Kim Jong-un was terrible. We should not be meeting tyrants as equals. Yeah, everyone agreed with you on that except for the right super newbie. Donald Trump loves tyrants. He loves Xi Jinping. He will suck Putin's cock for 6 hours just on command. He'll give the guy he'll give the Ayatollah a hug if he had the chance. All right. He loves the Saudi king and the princes and the oligopolies everywhere. He loves rich, powerful assholes because he is a rich, powerful asshole. Yeah, and Kim did play Trump. Also, Trump got played by literally every world leader. No, the outcome will not always be the same. Russia will lose this war if we continue funding Ukraine. Russia will never run out of money, is what I said. I didn't say they won't run out of force. They will lose this war. If, for example, Kamala Harris won this election and we continued to fund Ukraine for another year, Russia would not be able to maintain it. They're asking North Korea for help. They have 10,000 North Korean soldiers gooning in the battle lines. Russia ain't shit militarily. England alone could beat Russia in a battle right now. Like, obviously nuclear weapons are a factor, but Russia's nukes are not functional, and it would not benefit them to use one in any way. There is no beneficial use of a nuclear weapon. There is no defensive one that could be justified. It does not help them. It's used as a deterrent for other nuclear weapons, but deploying one in the field is not strategically beneficial to any party. Now, they do not have the military strength. They do not have the people. They do not have the trained forces. They do, yeah, that's fine. The UK could take Russia out with 6 guys named Dave, Fox. America could take Russia out with 2 guys named Dave. Russia ain't shit. The last time they did a nuclear test, they blew up their own fucking rocket on the ground and left a 200-yard crater where it was. Although, even though not many like Israel, but nuclear weapons on Iran, that's the thing. Iran already has nuclear weapons, Karan. By the way, the only reason Iran has nuclear weapons is Donald Trump for backing out of the Iran nuclear deal, which was functional. But they have them now. What do you mean I'm underestimating the US? Do you mean overestimating? I mean, yeah, you're right. Probably we could just send 1 guy into Russia. We don't need 2. I would like a modern Winston Churchill in office. I would like a modern fucking Franklin Delano Roosevelt in office. Fuck Winston Churchill. He's a piece of shit. And also, he wasn't even that, important.
Requires Senate confirmation. Daniel, any indications that he'll have trouble getting it?
Yeah, there is some reminders of the Matt Gaetz nomination, which got scuttled.
I just want, America to grow a sack of balls, all right? I just want us to come back to, where we were. Overestimating and underestimating Russia. Yeah, you say that, but you're wrong. I've like shown multiple pieces of evidence that shows how weak Russia's military is. They bluff. That's all they have. Russia exists on a bluff. Yeah, Russia literally stalled 5 miles in an invasion outside of their own fucking border that they thought that they could take this country in 2 days. They stalled 5 miles out their border for 3 years. Us as America took down Iraq from across the planet in 3 days. Like, you're joking, right? Russia can't do shit. Russia couldn't take Ukraine. Russia couldn't take Georgia. The only thing they have is cyber warfare and psyops, which is how they're trying to take Georgia, as we saw earlier. And also Ukraine. The only way Russia wins Ukraine is if we give it to them. Which, you know what? Honestly, even if America backs out of funding Ukraine, Europe is on board. Europe will step up. The US would steamroll Russia. And yeah, absolutely. I agree 100%. Like, Russia's newest tanks, like they're brand new tanks, they're super expensive ones, get wrecked by fucking German tanks, by our Abrams. They get annihilated. Their Soviet level equipment is a joke. Russia would have taken Ukraine if it wasn't for NATO, yeah, but that's what we're talking about, NATO. NATO's help. We're talking about the West. We're talking about literally any country in NATO could take on Russia. I honestly, Poland could fuck up Russia in a conventional conflict at this point. Russia has nobody. Literally, yeah, what's the point here? Russia has a very much weakened source of conscripted soldiers. They've been running low on volunteers, for example. They had to conscript from prisons. They throw them immediately out into the field and get murked. Art, you were complaining the other day that a video that I put on the Discord was mean to Russian soldiers getting like annihilated and ripped to shreds because of their own tactical military like mistakes. Do you think that like this isn't a larger indication of where they are? You're comparing the richest country in the world in a country, literally though, prior to this invasion of Ukraine, we imagined Russia as our only possible comparison. Russia was, in our mind, the second strongest, the possible strongest, maybe even. Prior to the invasion of Ukraine, we would talk about how America would lose to Russia in a conflict. Like, not nuclear weapons included, a conventional conflict. It's insane. Yeah, Venezuela's like fucked. Cuba's doing all right, but they're not great either. China is probably the only rational country like that we're dealing with, as in like they're not trying to fuck literally everyone over. But like to understand the weakness of Russia, this is a convoy of Russian soldiers that are dropped off. And then immediately following this happens. I don't even know if I could show most of this on stream. Oh shit, sorry. Like, I'm gonna have to skip around because this is pretty bad, but immediately after dropping off about 1,000 soldiers, all of the vehicles get annihilated. And then every single one of those soldiers get killed within like an hour of being dropped off. This is military infrastructure fucking up chains of command all the way up. Nobody who's smart or informed actually believed that Russia could beat the US conventionally. You're too young to remember this, Art. Like genuinely, that is a discussion a lot of people had in 2008, 2009. I wouldn't say it's a matter of equipment. It's a matter of how their culture is set up. High context, low context culture, not necessarily, but it does affect that. The U.S. doesn't care about Venezuela, and people are really shocked by that. That is a bit shocking, true. But I disagree with you, Art. Like prior to the Ukraine conflict and prior to them even invading Georgia, a lot of people, people were idiots now. I'm not saying that they weren't idiots. I'm saying that that was the prevailing topic. You get my point? That was the prevailing mindset, was that Russia is a strong military. We thought this until we saw otherwise. In fact, it wasn't even until the actual Ukraine conflict that a lot of people realized that Russia's actually quite weak. I know I'm jumping back, so feel free to ignore, but cutting the funding to education was part of Yeah, well, we did go through that, and we knew that we're going to do it, Scars. I was just bringing it up again because now they're doing it. Like, the bill has been added to Congress. Literally moronic, Fox. They are the ones dragging us into war. Russia is the instigatory party. Should we just let them win and get whatever they want? Should we, like, first of all, untrue, Karan, because Russia owns the CIA. The director of the CIA for the US, the incoming director, is a literal Russian agent. So is the director of national security. So is the FBI director. The Russians own America. The Russians are dragging us into a war. What, self-defense is wrong? We should just let, like, Russians do whatever. We should take them, let them take Europe, let them take Ukraine, let them steal the US election and influence politics all over the world, let them like export Nazi propaganda and Christian nationalist propaganda. No, fuck that. Fuck the Russians. Yes, I'm in favor of a war with them. No, but that's not true. A lot of smart and informed people did believe this. A lot of scholars believed this. A lot of US generals were out there saying this. Go look at videos from 2008. You're not correct here. A lot of people did not legitimately, like, I legitimately did not think that they were all that strong. I questioned their strength regularly. Many people did, but the establishment did not. Like, what will Russia attack Poland with? I'm not saying Russia's going to attack Poland right now. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it's not a CIA op, like you said, first of all. Secondly, I'm saying that right now, the only thing Russia wants is appeasement from us. We've covered this before, Russian negotiation tactics. Appeasement is great until you run out of other people's countries, until you run out of other people's countries. True. I want a peaceful world, but self-defense in the name of it, like literally defending your democracy is not being pro-war. Do you think that you should just allow the people to step all over you? Do you think that you should allow your country to be swallowed up by a foreign power? Do you think that you should lose everything about, I don't know, your democracy? Yeah, how is letting them take your democracy away from you creating a peaceful world? Yeah, except this isn't World War III. You people with your World War III, like, doomerism, World War III is not what's happening here. The EU fighting Russia is not World War III. And also, the EU is not going to fight Russia. It'll be several countries from the EU if America backs out. Here we go. Hold on 1 second. The US has no real pure power in terms of power projection. China would get its ass kicked in India due to geography and China's lack of an ability to project power navally. Russia would get its ass kicked due to their small population, their bad navy. Yeah, like, we win this conflict in the end, but that's not, China's not even going to get dragged into this. China doesn't want to get dragged into this. The United States was attacked by Russia, not an EU member, but so was the UK, and so was France, and so was Germany, just based on cyber warfare counts as being attacked, does it not? Having your elections fucked with, having your politics fucked with, these count as attacks, do they not? Russia has been sabotaging things all around Europe, literally. We looked at it today. We looked at Georgia, literally today. Here, look. Found it, finally. Sorry, going through my sources. This is how Russia likes to negotiate. This is the only thing they have. This is the extent of all of Russia's strength.
Russia is making the demands, Russia is threatening, and now if we think that, oh, let's offer them something, then they actually get something that they didn't have before. And I've quoted this foreign minister, Alexei Gromyko, Soviet time foreign minister, several times.
True, Art. And I'm not saying that that's a good thing, not saying that should happen, but you are correct. We could literally take on the full world. on our own at this point. You underestimate the power of America and the billions we spend in our military, and also trillions actually, and especially now with the gloves have coming off.
Said about the negotiation tactics of Soviet Union. Three things. First, demand the maximum. Do not ask, but demand something that has never been yours. Second, present ultimatums, threaten. And third, do not give 1 inch in negotiations, because there will be always people.
You have to understand that Russia backs down from every red line that it draws. Turkey, a NATO member, shot down a Russian jet in 2015. Russia has made nuclear threat after nuclear. They literally threaten nuclear war every 2 days. Do they do anything? No, because all they have is this. This is it. This is it. That's it. Biden just pardoned Hunter Biden. Okay, cool. I don't care. It's his son, and who gives a shit? It's Hunter Biden.
In the West who will offer
if Biden didn't do it, Trump probably would have as a joke.
You something, and then in the end you will have 1/3 or even 1/2 of something you didn't have before. So we have to keep that in mind all the time.
This is Russia's negotiations. That's it. That's it. It's just making threats. It's just asking for you to concede. They will never, ever, ever actually do anything about it, because they can't. They can't. They're not strong enough. Just because I showed this earlier, but it was really fucking cool. And there's a lot of you here that didn't see it, and I want to show it again because it's really fucking cool. Wait, did I not have the camera on when I just played that video? Did you guys not actually see that whole bit about me showing Russian propaganda, or how they do propaganda?
The demands, Russia is threatening, and now if we think that, oh, let's offer them something, then they actually get something that they didn't have before. And I've quoted this foreign minister, Alexei Gromyko, Soviet time foreign minister, several times, who said about the negotiation tactics of Soviet Union. Three things. First, demand the maximum. Do not ask, but demand something that has never been yours.
This is not just Soviet. This is what Putin was trained in as a KGB agent, like literally FSB.
Second, present ultimatums, threaten. And third, do not give 1 inch in negotiations, because there will be always people in the West who will offer you something. And then in the end, you will have 1/3 or even 1/2 of something you didn't have before. So
historically, this is what they've done every time. All right, here's the cool thing that I wanted to show you. This is how you defend your democracy against Russians that are trying to steal your country away from you. I want one of those so fucking bad. I want one so bad. You're saying that America could send like 20,000 troops into Russia and beat them? No, Russia isn't going to go down with a small force. I'm not saying that. First of all, I'm saying you should send not even a small force. I'm saying we could take down Russia with special ops. Like a small team, like 6 good men. Fucking climb over the castle walls and take out the king. Like literally that kind of approach is probably the easiest approach and the most likely to succeed. Yeah, Afghanistan fucked us over because it's Afghanistan and we fought them like on the ground like this. That's not how I'm saying we need to fight Russia. That's not how I'm saying we go about this at all. Vietnam, Korea, yeah, America has been pretty dumb in how it behaves. It's not necessarily the case that that we're not powerful. They're just stupid. Now we're both powerful, stupid, and ruthless. We have lost all empathy in the United States. Our government is literally controlled by demons. Unfortunately, they're Russian-controlled demons. For Afghanistan, why do you think the UK, our government, is worth defending? What? I think it's worth defending because their country is being invaded by a foreign power. That's it. I think they're defending their country. So yeah. Yes. Yes, I do. I don't even care if Zelensky's a good leader or not. I don't care. It's worth it for their freedom, for their liberty. Russia is a fascist oligopoly state. Or sorry, oligarchy state with oligopolies throughout the state. Fuck Russia. I don't want Russia to take my freedom. I don't want Russia to take my liberty. I don't want Russia to take my country. Russia's the one invading. Russia's the instigator. Russia's the one killing people. Russian people are less free than Ukrainians. Well, they would be if Russia wasn't also attacking Ukraine right now. Without Russia involved, yes. Russian people are less free than Ukrainians without Russian influence in Ukraine. They're less free now considering they're getting bombed to shit by Russia. We supporting ISIS with a new badge, Turkey is evil? Not necessarily. Turkey is not doing good here, and I don't support their actions. I, in fact, said I would have supported Turkey if they had done the smart decision. Turkey made the dumb decision by allying with Russia and Iran when they absolutely could have just chilled out on the Kurds, and it would have been more beneficial to them. All right, one last thing. Also, another reason that I dislike Russia, because Russia is also one of the main supporters and exporters of this kind of belief outside of the United States. Emboldened manosphere accelerates threats and demeaning language towards women after the U.S. election. Now, we all saw the Your Body, My Choice thing, but it's been getting worse. It's been getting a lot worse. Look, I'm not going to read it. It's depressing. It's just we know how much Republicans hate women. We know that these people are Nazis. We know that, like, at the very least, half of them are Nazis and the other half are Christian nationalist fascists. America's fucked. It's Russia's fault. Fuck Russia. Go Ukraine. Slava Ukraini. As long as they are fighting Russia, I am happy for them. Fuck Russia. They are the literal cause of half of the world's instability. Half of it comes directly from them, wanting expansion, power. They are they are just as bad as Israel. Literally just as bad as Israel. Korea's depressing because North Korea is going to win that conflict. All you'd end up doing is either giving us a Russian leader even more schizo than Putin or creating a power vacuum. That's not what I think would happen. What I think would happen is if the Kremlin fell, the state of Russia would split off into 3 to 4, maybe 5 ethnically oriented states, as the populations of Russia are pretty segregated towards ethnic groups. They would form their own little coalitions. Some of them would probably be absorbed by China. And the centrist, like the central part of Russia over here, these groups do not get along with Moscowian Russians either. This entire region would break apart into several different pieces if the Kremlin fell. I don't think necessarily it would be a power vacuum where a strong man comes out of it, especially if done correctly. You have to understand that a revolution, a regime change being done as a foreign power to another country requires things to be done in a way that leads to certain outcomes. If you just cut the head off the snake and leave, then yes, you're not going to have good outcomes. There are ways in which you can make this work. And by the way, you're assuming that what? You're assuming that Russia couldn't fire off a nuke because... No, I'm not saying they couldn't fire off a nuke. They're obviously are able to fire off a nuke. I'm saying they wouldn't, and I'm saying that it wouldn't benefit them to, and I'm saying most of their nukes would not go off. I'm saying they could absolutely fire off a nuke or two. Maybe 5, maybe 10. They have 5,000. Most of them will not function, is what I'm saying. Who's to say that those nations won't fight each other? They might, but they're not an issue to us. The issue here is Russia is like making the rest of the world unstable. If we take out the Russian government and the groups that come about are fighting themselves in Russia, that's not my problem. They're not making the entire world unstable. Now, am I saying we should want that? No. Am I saying we should try and stop that? Absolutely. But that outcome is still better than this current reality of Russia getting to essentially propagandize and brainwash the entire planet. And if they function, you did blow. That's not what's going to happen. First of all, we could take out their nukes with our air defense. We're fucking America. You think that we're not prepared for Russia to launch nukes at us? Secondly, it doesn't benefit them. Why would they fire off a nuke aside from, okay, everyone is gonna die now. We're gonna end the world. That's the only instance in which they would ever do this. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Do you know the degree to which the US military budget is classified even from fucking Congress? You know we have railguns? We have 3 railguns, Fox. Literal laser rifles that can shoot across the fucking planet. Yes, we can take them out. Yeah, we saw one. You think that we didn't prepare for that? You think we weren't prepared for that before? Russia has nothing that can surprise us. They're hypersonic speeds. Yeah, I know. We have lasers in space that'll take that shit out. Are you kidding me? I'm also not hypersonic. That was also a lie. They claimed it was hypersonic. It was not hypersonic. You are like afraid of Russia and afraid of nuclear war, and I understand this. And honestly, you should be. No one should be war should never be easy. War should never be something you can be relaxed about. War is a bad thing. It's a horrible thing, in fact. You do not need to dig yourself into the hole of there is nothing we can do to stop the instigator and the bully. If there is a man in your house and he has a gun pointed at you, and you know you have a gun that you could reach that is out of view, this guy doesn't know there, would you or would you not, I don't know, try and shuffle over and grab the gun? If you're about to kill Putin and he's afraid for his safety, I don't think that it's just Putin. I don't think Putin's in charge. Putin's a puppet the way that, like, Donald Trump is a puppet. Putin was created to be the man that he is. He was a literal KGB agent that was an actor. They took photos of him shirtless, making him a manly man. It was all propaganda. He's not the one, like, he's consolidated power over the years, but he's also stupid and insulated from news. He's not even getting the correct information of what's happening on the battleground. Elon Musk is a bigger risk to us than Putin is. Do you seriously think that a man who's known to be as rich as Elon Musk wouldn't at least try and inflict a major blow to the US forces? Yes, he would. But it's not just the US. The EU is involved now. America backing out puts this on the EU. And the EU is not going to back down. And I will call Russia's bluff. You know, Fox, you can be terrified all you want. I have paid attention to the news long enough that I know that Russia is bluffing literally every fucking time. Call their bluff, I don't care. They're not going to do it. They would have already by now. They've threatened it literally more than 100 times in the last 3 years. Every 2 weeks, every 3 days now, we'll launch nuclear weapons. Oh, if you let them use ATACMS, we'll hit you with a nuke. Oh, if you give them more guns, we'll hit you with a nuke. Oh, if you use the Storm Shadow missile, we'll hit you with a nuke. Do it already. You're a bitch. You won't. They won't. They won't. You are falling for their propaganda. They are lying to you. They are too afraid. They are too weak. They have nothing. Nothing. The only influence they have is your fear of them. And they've been using it pretty regularly. Right. Okay. So, that's it for today, I think. We got a decent look on what's going on in Syria. It's not looking great. I am very much happy that the protest in Georgia, in Tbilisi, are going strongly. I am very happy to see those people out in the streets protesting. I really want one of those fucking fireworks machine guns. Those look really cool. But aside from that, America's not looking great. Syria's not looking great. Turkey's not looking great. Things aren't looking great this week. I'll be back on Wednesday. No stream tomorrow. And hopefully things will be calm enough that we could do some political ideology, because I'm really looking forward to that one. I think we really do need to define some words. Thank you, Fox. And again, thanks to all the new people that joined. Don't forget to like and subscribe on YouTube. It really does help, even if you don't watch on YouTube, because it's important. Anyway, thank you.